Welcome to our 2017 NHL Draft Special. We'll be live at 7 p.m. on TalkShoe. We know the two headlines, Nolan Patrick, Nico Hischier. These are the top two players in the NHL Draft. Patrick, a captain for the Brandon Wheat Kings, missed 3 different portions of the season due to injuries, even though he was captain and played very well at the CHL Prospects game. You also have Nico Hischier, who is the projected number 2 player in the draft right after Nolan Patrick. And you have those two big-name players. And it's going to be an interesting situation with the New Jersey Devils on the clock at number 1. I think they're going to go Hischier. They looked at both players at the NHL Combine. They looked at them. They interviewed them. They showed a lot more body language interest in Hischier than Patrick, but I do think Patrick is the better of the two players. And now you have reports, rumors about how Nolan Patrick, he has injury concerns. And maybe I also heard Hextall say that he loves Nolan Patrick. So maybe they're trying to make this rumor up so that the Devils take Hischier, because I think Patrick is the better of the two players. There were also reports on ESPN last night that said Cale Makar could go number 1 overall. And if that happened, Nolan Patrick might, or Nico Hischier would drop to Dallas at 3 or Colorado at 4. I could see Dallas passing on Patrick or Hischier to take Miro Heiskanen if Cale Makar was the top pick, because they need defense. I could see them panicking, and then Colorado getting a center like Patrick and then trading Duchesne for another pick. That's definitely something I could see happening in tonight's NHL draft. Whether it happens or not remains to be seen, but that is definitely something I could see happening. I have Hischier at 1, I have Nolan Patrick at 2, and I have Heiskanen at 3. Those players remain in the top 3 of our NHL mock draft. And Heiskanen is intriguing because I had a mid-first round grade on him at the beginning of the year, like a top 15 grade, but he's gotten pushed into the top 5. But the thing that makes Heiskanen so special is he was the top SM Liga prospect from Finland entering the season. Entering the preseason, he was the number 1 prospect from Finland. So he dominated, he lived up to that hype, and now he's got a chance to go into the top 5 as a result. You saw guys like Patrick Laine and Puljujärvi go in the top 5 of last year's NHL draft from Finland. So this year's NHL draft, a little bit different. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Does Dallas take the top OHL player? Do they take the top WHL player? There are definitely a lot of different directions the Dallas Stars could examine at number 3 overall. But I think at the end of the day, they'll lean defense, and they'll go with Nico. They'll go with the Helsingfors, IFK in Finland. So you're going to have a lot going on tonight with the NHL entry draft. And number 4, Colorado Avalanche. I think they're going to take Casey Middlestad out of the Green Bay Gamblers. He also plays hockey for Eden Prairie High School. And it's definitely going to be an interesting situation, to say the least, because I'm looking here at back in the preseason, my top OHL player was Gabe Vilardi. He's still the top OHL prospect this year. And it's really interesting because I had Jason Robertson at my number 2 OHL player back in the preseason. I had Ivan Lodina at 3, Nick Suzuki at 4, Matthew Strome at 5. A lot of those guys disappointed, whereas guys like Owen Tippett of Mississauga, different players stepped up and really elevated their stock. But I see Gabe Vilardi as a top 5 talent. And then you look at the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. Maxime Poitos was my number 1 Quebec Major junior hockey player in the preseason. I didn't even have Nico Hischier in my top 5. So Nico Hischier has been one of those players that's creeped up into the conversation to go number 1 overall. Nolan Patrick was my number 1 WHL player in the preseason. Michael Rasmussen was 2. Cody Glass was 3. Those guys were neck and neck. And Kyler Yamamoto was my number 4 WHL player. Kalan Foote was 5. But I think all of those WHL players are top 15 talents. The question is, Is Yamamoto or Foot, one of those guys from the preseason, going to fall a little bit later than people anticipate? And then Eli Tolvanen began the year as my #1 USHL prospect, but Casey Middlestat sort of surpassed him as that consensus #1. So it's hard to get a read on this draft. I think the only players that warrant A grades in the top 2 are Hischier and Patrick. At Patrick, I like Patrick better, so I'm probably going to give the team that takes Patrick an A+ grade. It's really, really difficult to get a read on what's going to happen here. So a lot of these teams, if the Devils take Hischier or Patrick, that'll probably be an A+ grade. Same with the Flyers. And after that, it's anybody's guess as to what grades get handed out. Shane Bowers was my #3 USHL player. Grant Mismash, Maxim Zukov, a goalie for the Green Bay Gamblers, who I'm really high on tape-wise. And Timothy Liljegren, Kristen Vesalainen, Elias Anderson was my #3 player from the Elite Syrian League in Sweden back in the preseason. He's now my #1 player from Sweden. Heiskanen is a consistent player as far as being the #1 prospect from Finland and maintaining that ranking the entire year. That is why he's a first-round prospect. And then you've got Klim Kostin, another guy who's consistent. This is a player that was the #1 prospect in the KHL in the preseason from Russia. He's still the #1 prospect in that regard. And then there are some players from Germany, the Dell League. The Extra Liga League's #1 prospect is Martin Nikas. He could go in the top 10. There's definitely a lot of talent at different skill positions. But after Colorado at 4, the #5 team on the clock is the – I'm thinking here. I should know this. I know there was a trade at #7. Well, let's get to #5 and #6. #6 is the Vegas Golden Knights, of course, and then #5 is Vancouver. Vancouver has that #5 pick, and they could go with one of the WHL superstars in Cody Glass or Michael Rasmussen at #5. And then you've got #6 and then #7. So, I mean, yeah, but like there's different players that Vancouver could take at 5. Vegas has 3 picks in the top 15. They got 2 more from the expansion draft at 13 and 15. They even got 24 from Columbus. They dealt that to Winnipeg. But I think at #6, if Gabe Vilardi makes it out of the top 5, that is the player the Vegas Golden Knights will target. The Windsor's head coach is going to be on the AHL team for the Vegas Golden Knights. So I feel like they are a fit at #5, #6. They are a fit. So I feel like that could be a scenario. And #7, we'll get to the trade in just a few minutes. All right, the NHL draft is going to start in approximately 48 minutes, 1 hour from now. And my phone is at 30%. It's the same situation when we had our NFL Draft Special. My phone was charging leading up to the draft. This time, the phone's actually in a worse situation because my phone was at like 40, 50, 60% the last time. It's at 30% now. So that is why we're going to wait until Gary Bettman steps to the podium, whether it's 7:05, 7:06, 7:07. That is why we will wait until that point to get on to TalkShoe. It's because with the phone, I want to make sure I savor every second on TalkShoe. And that was another issue last night. We only got through like 50 picks in the NBA draft, 51 picks out of the 60 before hung up on us in the NBA draft. So we're not going to be as worried about that, but at the same time, it's definitely something we're taking with a grain of salt. We're taking into consideration. So there's definitely that. But let's get back to the trade, the big news involving the NHL. The New York Rangers moved into the top 10. They now have the 7th overall selection in tonight's NHL entry draft. They traded their backup goalie and Stefan to the Arizona Coyotes. And Arizona Coyotes' 28-year-old general manager hit on his first 2 draft picks last year, traded out of the number 7 spot this year, really making some interesting trades. And this is definitely a very interesting situation at number 7 with the Rangers, because they have the 21st pick too. And we may very well, if Dallas decides to move the number 3 pick, we very may well end up seeing a bidding war between the Vegas Golden Knights, who have 6, 13, and 15, and the Rangers, who have 7 and 21. And Vegas has not just the better picks, but they have more picks. They have the ammunition. If they want to make that deal, they will. I mean, I feel like Vegas would offer 6 and a first in 2018 if they were going to move up to 3. And then they keep 13 and 15. Knowing the value they're getting. And Dallas would take that, knowing, well, Vegas probably won't be a playoff team, so let's take the picks. Let's take the picks. Let's do something with the selections here. And, yeah, you got Tortorella and Sullivan talking. The Blue Jackets don't have a first-round pick now, so I don't know why Tortorella and him. But maybe Columbus is going to try to package a trade to Pittsburgh in order to move up to 31. Maybe a 2018 first-round pick. Because, I mean, that's really all Columbus can leverage Pittsburgh right now. And they don't have a first-rounder this year. So if there's someone they love and they fall to 30, 31, I can definitely see Columbus trying to package a deal with Pittsburgh. Because Pittsburgh is one of these teams that always moves up for a player or they move out of the first round. So I could definitely see a Columbus-Pittsburgh trade at 31. Doubt it happens, but I could also see it happening. I'm not ruling it out. But let's get back to the Rangers. I think they'd go Owen Tippett at number 7. He's the best player on the board, and with 7 and 21, you can take a defender at 21. You can ignore need. Just take the best player on your board. And I think at that point, the Rangers would just take the best player on the board. Number 8, Number 8 pick still belongs to the Buffalo Sabres. This is where I have Cale Makar coming off the board. But we heard a lot of rumors yesterday by ESPN that the Devils are seriously considering Cale Makar at number 1 overall, which I think would be an absolute grave mistake on their part. But it's one thing we've heard. It's a rumor we've heard throughout the process, and it's definitely an interesting rumor as far as Cale Makar goes, because this is a player that has talent. He's a natural goal scorer. He helped his team win 2 consecutive AHL titles. So the Alberta Junior Hockey League. So he is the face of that league. Tyson Yost dominated with his team in the British Columbia Hockey League, the BCHL, and now you got this guy from the AJHL. These different junior hockey leagues in Canada aren't on the level of the Ontario Hockey League, the Western Hockey League, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, but they're still pretty exceptional players in junior hockey leagues that have subpar competition. So teams are going to look at that. There's definitely that variable. And so there's different things to look at here leading up to this draft. And that's one of the variables. Number 9 pick in the draft, the Red Wings. The Red Wings, their first top 10 pick since 1991. The last year they missed the playoffs. That is another interesting storyline with the Detroit Red Wings. And then you have the number 10 selection, which belongs to the Red Wings pick at 9. But number 10 pick, I did a mock draft. Okay, I'll break down Martin Nikos, the player I gave the Red Wings at 9. The Florida Panthers are at 10. They went with Rasmussen at 10. I would take Rasmussen before 10, as early as 6 or 7, maybe even in the top 5. But I think Rasmussen is probably going to fall to 10. I've seen him mocked in the teens, the late teens. I've seen him mocked in the 20s. I've seen him fall around, too, in some mocks, which is just absolutely crazy. So his draft range is all over the place right now. But I do think he is one of the huge steals in this draft. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Rasmussen. I have Martin Nikas out of HC, Komerda Brno in the Czech Republic at number 9. So that's definitely interesting. Then Tri-City Americans, Michael Rasmussen, Bob Torrey described him as a special player. And I agree as far as the tape goes. Rasmussen is definitely one of the 5 best players in this draft, maybe 6. But it's definitely an interesting situation with Matt Green's contract just got bought out by the LA Kings, and that's the team picking at 11. And I have Elias Peterson going here at number 11 overall from Timrå IK in the Allsvenskan League, which is a separate hockey league from the SHL in Sweden. And he's going to go play for the Vaxjo Lakers next season. So that's definitely an interesting storyline with that being taken into consideration. Number 12, I have the Carolina Hurricanes getting Nick Suzuki, the center for the Owen Sound Attack, who could go as high as the top 10. Definitely a player trending upward as far as draft stock goes. The Vegas Golden Knights pick again at number 13. I think if they take a guy like Velarde, they're going to go with a player like Elias Anderson, or it depends. There's Elias Peterson and Elias Anderson. There's the 2 Swedish centers. I think they're both going to go in the top 15. It's going to be a very center-heavy draft as far as talent goes, where you're going to see a lot of centers come off the board. We're definitely going to see a run on centers early, and then we're going to see a few teams that need defensemen reach for defensemen as far as value goes. In my honest opinion, I would not take a defenseman until the Buffalo is picking at 8, because they're really the only team that needs defense, and none of these guys are going to come up right away. I mean, Heiskanen's going to return to the SHL unless he signs his contract and actually makes the team as a rookie. It's a risk. So there really isn't a safe pick or a sure pick after the first 2 picks. So that's one of the things you have to look at here when examining this process. Number 14, I gave the Tampa Bay Lightning Clint Kostin, Russian winger. Yzerman loves Russian players. That's a fit. Then 15, the Vegas Golden Knights, they got Eli Tolvanen at number 15 out of Sioux City to wrap up the top 15. But yes, those are just the picks for the teams that missed the playoffs. But one of the things you keep hearing about is Cale Makar potentially going number 1 to New Jersey. And Cale Makar is going to go to UMass, so that's why you don't take a defenseman early this year. I think the guys with the most upside are Kalan Foote and Juuso Valimaki. I think those are the upside players in this draft, but they're going to fall. And Cale Makar, 5'11", 187, he's a very good offensive defender in the mold of an Erik Karlsson and Chris Letang. Can he add 5 to 10 pounds of muscle and really take his game to the next level? That's going to be the big question with Cale Makar. If he could do that, he could be a special player down the road. If he can't, he might not be as good as advertised. And that's why it's a boom or bust pick. There's definitely a lot of potential with him. But at the same time, you're getting a project player. You're getting somebody that isn't really going to step onto your NHL roster right away. And when you're picking at number 1, you have to get an NHL-ready player. There's only 2 players, Hischier and Patrick, that are guaranteed to suit up on NHL rosters opening night. Everybody else is going to be developing for the next 2 to 5 years in the juniors or in college or wherever. So there's going to be that period where you develop these guys and then you try to sign them to rookie contracts. So it's definitely going to be an interesting period as far as different things go. Phone is now at 35%. And before I get to pick 16 through 30, I'm going to get a quick water break before the draft starts. So, yeah, the Calgary Flames, they pick at number 16. I went with Eric Brandstrom, the defenseman. Calgary lost some defensemen to this draft, So I think this is where we see the run on defensemen in the 16 through 20 range. This is where we begin to see that run on defensemen. And I think there's definitely a chance we could see a run at some point. So Eric Brandstrom to Calgary at 16. Number 17, Toronto. Kalon Foote, this is where Foote comes off the board. He plays with Austin Matthews. They focus on the blue line. The forwards, the young forwards are there with Nylander, with Marner, with Matthews. That is there for the next decade. Now you need to focus on defense, just drafting defensive players to build around Morgan Riley, because the offense is there and you're set. You've got that three-headed combo that the Penguins had when they had Crosby, Letang, Malkin, Stahl. You have that with Matthews, Marner, and Nylander. So now focus on your blue line and build that blue line to the point where it can be a championship caliber blue line down the road, because you have a great forward tandem. And that's going to make your team competitive, but you have to get defense. I think if you get defense, that's the difference between being a Stanley Cup team and a team that could possibly go into a little bit of a rebuild mode this year, miss the playoffs, but then come back 2-3 years from now. Because it's a young team. It's definitely a talented team with a tremendous future, but it's also an extremely young team in Toronto. So that's going to be an issue with Toronto that they've got to figure out as a team moving forward. Number 18, Colorado. No, Colorado's not picking at 18. The number 18 pick is Boston Bruins. I want Jason Roberts in here. I know he's a second-round talent, but Bruce Cassidy, he has ties to Kingston, and that might influence Boston to go a little bit off the radar, go a different direction, because this is definitely a talented player, but at the same time, this is a player that I could see them taking. Number 19, San Jose, Juuso Valimaki. I mean, San Jose really only has 3 good defensemen. They could use another guy for sure. Valimaki is a guy that was drawn comparisons to Victor Hedman, second overall pick in 2009. Definitely a smart player. Bob talked about how good his hockey IQ was. That's definitely a plus tool to have as well. So, yeah, and I think my phone is now at 36%. I don't really have all of the details, but Dave Velarde, his hockey sense, he sees the ice so well. He's always in the right position, great hands, extremely dominant below the circles. But with Velarde, he didn't really demonstrate the best skating. He wasn't really consistent during the first game of the Memorial Cup, but he got better as the tournament progressed. Number 20, to round out the top 20, the St. Louis Blues. This is definitely a difficult position for the Blues to be in. I went with Ryan Poling out of St. Cloud State, but there are a lot of players on the board that they could consider at this point. So that could be one of the players they consider here. 21, New York Rangers, Timothy Liljegren. This is a player that was once projected to go as high as number 2 overall. He didn't go that high, and I don't see upside with him. Chitchurn had a bad year, and he fell in the draft because of that, but he had a ton of upside, and that's why the Coyotes got Chitchurn right off the bat and were able to play him as a rookie. I don't see that with Liljegren, which is why I think he falls to a team like maybe the Rangers. They take him at 21. Remember, they have 7 and 21. Number 22, the Edmonton Oilers, Robert Thomas, London Knights center. I mean, they're going to have a lot of young centers coming with contracts. Leon Draisaitl, who they drafted in the 2014 NHL draft. Connor McDavid's going to have his rookie deal end next year. They're going to want to redo that. So Edmonton is a team that could draft a center, develop him in the juniors for a few years, stash him, and then if you lose Draisaitl to a big money offer down the road, because I don't think the Oilers are going to have the money to keep McDavid, Nugent-Hopkins, and Draisaitl. You bring Robert Thomas in to the third line at that point after he develops and plays in the AHL for a few years. So I definitely, because he's a player Edmonton was looking at, he's the best player on the board, and I feel like they can take the best player on the board with all of the talent they've acquired over the last few years. Free agency and NHL draft, trades. I feel like the Oilers are in that position where they can make a move right now. Number 23, the Minnesota Wild traded this pick to the Arizona Coyotes, and I gave the Arizona Coyotes Cole Lind, I think it was. I know. I think I actually gave him Ryan Poling. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about this for a second. I don't want to overthink it, but I know the Blues draft for size, so I think I gave the Blues I think I gave the Blues that guy from Sweden. I think I gave the Blues Kristen Vesalainen because of his size, because the Blues love to draft for size. That's right, I did. I gave him the Frölunda Indians right winger. I gave him to the Blues at 20, which caused Ryan Poling to fall to 23, where the Coyotes picked. This previous pick was Kyler Yamamoto, but I think they would go with Poling over Yamamoto in that situation. Yamamoto actually dropped to 29, but we'll get to the remaining picks in a few minutes. Number 24, Winnipeg Jets, Nicholas Hague. Nicholas Hague talked a lot about how important academics are and learning and growing as a student of the game. He did get suspended for the OHL playoffs, but he's 6'6", 212 pounds. I think he's learned his lesson. And I think somebody like Winnipeg in the late first round, you already got a 6'7" defender. You put another 6'6" defender next to him. That is going to make it very difficult for teams to stop Winnipeg once those guys develop. Then you got number 25, the 25 belongs to I believe 26 belongs to Chicago. So with 25, um, 25. Montreal, I think Montreal has 25. Yep. So Montreal at 25. I went with Cole Lind out of Kelowna. I figured that was a good fit. Chicago got Shane Bowers of the Waterloo Blackhawks at 26. I gave the Blues at 27 with Nicholas Hague off the board. I wasn't sure what to give the Blues with the Capitals pick. So I think I gave them another center. I'll find out what I gave the Blues in just a second here. But with the NHL draft being approximately 29 minutes away until Gary Bettman steps to the podium and announces the picks, I'm curious to see what's going to happen. So I gave the Blues Daniel Bukac, the Brandon Wheat Kings player, 6'5", 187. This is a guy that fits the Blues, what they want to do at 27. Has first-round tape for the Brandon Wheat Kings, so could be the second player from Brandon selected in the first round. Ottawa, Jonah Gadjovic, Owen Sound Attack, 6'2", 201, left winger, very explosive offensively, great size. Ottawa, they got Logan Brown, they got a defender, they got to get a left winger here, and Gadjovic is the top player on my board at this point. Number 29, the Dallas Stars, Kyler Yamamoto. Dallas is a team that doesn't care about size. Yamamoto, 5'8", 159, but he had 99 points. And if this player were 6'1", 170, he would be in conversation to be number one overall. And that is why I think Kyler Yamamoto is going to be one of the steals of this draft. You're looking at a Connor Sheary type player with Nail Yakupov's speed. And if this guy falls to a team like Dallas or Pittsburgh, it is going to be trouble for the rest of the NHL. Number 30, the Nashville Predators. I went Marcus Davidson out of Gardens IF in the Elite Syrian League. This is another one of these players from Sweden that can play left wing, right wing, or center with their versatility, and that's definitely a good quality to have. And wrapping up the first round of my NHL mock draft, we have the Pittsburgh Penguins. They selected Urho Vakinainen out of JYP. So there's definitely a lot of good talent in this draft class. I mean, it's not as top-heavy as the last 2 years, even the last 3 years, but there's definitely more depth and some quality players. You get some good finds. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen tonight in this year's NHL draft at number 1 when we get on the clock here. It's 6:33 p.m. right now. 7 p.m. or a little bit later after 7, we'll be on Talk Shoe. Soon as Petman steps to the podium, we'll be on Talk Shoe. We'll be back in about 30 minutes, maybe a little bit less. Depends on what Petman does, but just stay tuned for now. Oh, my phone's at 39%. That is not good. If we can get close to 50% by the time this NHL draft starts, that'll be good. Because I think if the phone is at 50%, we can get through 2 hours of this podcast for the NHL draft. I'm not sure we'll make it through all 30 picks at this point, but at 6:36, the phone is at 40%. And with the phone at 40%, that's a good sign. If we can get it to at least 50%, I'll be happy. Hi, I'm going to eat now. I know I'm not completely hungry yet, but at the same time, I'm going to eat now so that this is not a distraction when we go live on the NHL Draft Talk Show at 7. Okay, so we're going to change it from NHL Network to NBCSN because the NHL Draft is, in fact, on NBCSN. Okay, phone is at 41% now. I'm not sure how long we're going to be able to get through this draft. Okay, 42%. That's not bad. Okay, so the other news leading up to the NHL draft is the Arizona Coyotes have parted ways with Dave Tippett. So Dave Tippett no longer head coach of the Coyotes. And they're gonna be a team that, and the thing with Daryl Sutter is he didn't get a coaching offer, so maybe Sutter is a candidate to go to the Coyotes. And Daryl Sutter's the guy who beat the Coyotes in the 2012 Western Conference Finals against Tippett. So it would be ideal for him to go to the Coyotes and replace him. They're showing Dallas Stars GM Jim Nill. That's why I am turning the volume up.
But the ability to understand how we can take it
Okay, folks, it's 6:45. The NHL draft will start at 7:07 in about 22 minutes from now. So it'll be 7:07 or 7:08 p.m. Eastern time before Bettman steps to the podium in Chicago. So we now know for certain that it'll be 7:07 or 7:08 when we go live on Talk Shoe. And it's 6:40. So we have 21 minutes before we go on Talk Shoe, and the phone is at 43%. So I'm a little bit nervous that it's only at 43%, but okay, 44%. So we'll go live in about 20 minutes on Talk Shoe. I will go live at 7:08 p.m. Fuck. Episode options. I gotta go back into the call. So I accidentally scheduled the podcast for 7 a.m. So yes, there are 16 minutes until the talk shoe. We're not going to start at 7 flat. The talk shoe chat room will open in a few minutes, and we sort of know that. So right now, the phone is at 45% before the Talk Shoe podcast, which will start at 7:07 as soon as we get to the 7 p.m. mark. And my phone will be at 50% at that point, so 46%, excellent. So that gives me about 15 to 16 minutes to get this thing up to 50%. If we can get it above 50% to 51, 52%, I don't think people realize how big of a deal that is because we're saving time. So, yeah, there's 31 picks instead of the usual 30 this year, so 46% still, but I just noticed this, but Zach Galifianakis' vocal tonality is very similar to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s. I just picked up on this. So, 6:54. We have about 13 minutes, maybe 14 minutes until the draft is underway. The phone is at 47% right now. Okay, it's at 47%. I'm going to stand up and honor the national anthem, even though I'm not actually in the United Center, because my phone's still charging. It just feels like the right thing to do. Plus, it buys me some time before I check on the next phone update. Still at 46 or 47%. %. Make that 48%. So, yeah.
There's nothing better in hockey than LA Chicago for the Angels. Is that way in the Chicago Stadium? It's that way now in Cornelison. And I looked around Canada. I only know Canada, but the bilingual version of Canada. Well done, Jim. Who's supposed to now?
So we just got a little bit over 9 minutes to go.
So, Carroll is taking the Nico versus Bill. There was one moment where he got up the ball. The Canadian Hockey League prospects game was happening in Quebec City this year. They went head-to-head, and they were really good. One of the things about Nico this year is he's not afraid to get engaged. He doesn't get pushed out of the game. He finds his way into the dangerous area. Well, Patrick, he's big, he's strong. He likes to engage too, but one of the areas that he can take advantage of is with his size and pushing people out of that space. Real good passer. One of the things with Nico this year, so good at
So 8.5 minutes left.
He chose Jordan Stahl instead of Jonathan Tate. I want to stay away with him, but this is a gigantic decision for Rick Jones. All right, the Cubs look for his face in the franchise during break here. He's down the floor right now. Darren, what's the latest closer here? He's going to first again. Well, Liam, I can tell you that George McPhee of the Vegas Golden Knights, the table behind me, is among the more active NHL teams here on the draft floor in Chicago. Vegas has been working hard in an effort to move up to the number 3 spot occupied by the Dallas Stars. It seems unlikely at this stage that they're going to be able to pull it off. McPhee and Ray Sherrill, the New Jersey Devils, just had a conversation. Sherrill, a very popular guy. I asked him whether or not he thought that he would move that pick. That was about 15 minutes ago. He said, I there is a ton of interest in the third pick along with the Dallas Stars. Vegas wanted that pick in order to climb up to number 1 potentially. And the New York Rangers part of this discussion and equation as well. The Rangers have picked 7 and 21. They made picks to the Dallas Stars to send those picks to the Stars for the third pick overall. So the clock now ticking to see if any of that will come to fruition. And
Derek, thanks so much for being so much about 1 versus 2 here, but it's the number 3 tip that's covetous. Is this the Taylor Carr factor?
I think it probably is. Like Greg, you saw probably as much of more than anybody. Taylor Carr, it's the real Carr, as you like to say. He is real. He's dynamic. And, we see what Erik Karlsson does on a regular basis, night in, night out. So,
And if Dallas does move down, I do not have a problem or issue with that at all. So
look at the decision making. Easy decision for number 2 or number 4. If you're number 2, he or no, you take whatever's left to fill off your fire. In a 3 and 4, you go to 5. Which defenseman goes to 3? Taylor Carr, and number 4, you take the other guy. It's as simple as that. In this draft, top 4 guys. It's nice to win the line.
yeah, I'm not sure if Miro and Makar are top 4 guys though. But there's definitely the possibility that one is reached for over the other. The phone is at 49% right now. And we still have 5 minutes to try to get the phone up to 51 or 52%. It's at 49 right now. We're probably going to get it up to 50%. Garbage bag for the trash can in my apartment's empty, so I can set that now. Okay, 50%, good. I actually want to use those because I want you to do this. So it's at 50%. I'm hoping we can get it to 51. So I'm optimistically hoping we can get it to 51%. We've got 2 minutes left. I'm happy we did get it to 50%. We reached that goal, that benchmark. But at the same time, I kind of want to get it to 51%. And we will start the draft. Still at 50%. All right. 706, we got it to 51%, which is awesome. Well, once Bettman steps to the podium at 707 or 708, we'll be really lucky if we can get it to 52%. I'm not going to push it, but it'd be nice to have that little bit of ammunition. Hey, Albert. I was really hoping to get to Welcome to the 2017 NHL Draft Special. We are officially underway. Bettman is at the podium, and the New Jersey Devils will be on the clock right now. And it's going to be an interesting situation here on draft night. Nico Hischier, Nolan Patrick, the great debate. We've been talking about some of this on Google Plus, our hangout, as well as the NHL Draft stream. And it's definitely going to be an interesting draft with those two headline players. There's also been speculation that Las Vegas and the New York Rangers are going to try to move up to number 3 with Dallas. And I think Dallas is going to keep the pick, but there's definitely that big war, that controversy. Vegas has 6, 13, and 15. The Rangers have 7 and 21. And they made an offer to Dallas for those picks, but Dallas did not get back to them. So I think Neil wants that top 4 defender or something along those lines here at this point, because there is definitely a lot going on. Cale Makar, there were rumors about him going number 1 overall as well. So, and Vegas Golden Knights, they did get Marc-Andre Fleury. We are getting some comments in the chat room about that really quickly. So, yeah, and Albert is a Penguins fan. I have a lot of friends who are Penguins fans. Andrew Kermish, who is on this call, he is a Penguins fan. Joseph Potter, the other co-host of this podcast, is a Penguins fan. Morgan Epstein is a Penguins fan. Mark Suba, another loyal caller, is a Penguins fan. So you got a lot of friends of mine who are diehard Penguins fans like yourself, Albert. But one thing that might cheer you up is I have heard rumors about the Penguins trying to actually move up into the draft to number 23, where Arizona picks again. And that's assuming Kalan Foot or Valimaki falls out of the top 20. If that happens, the rumors about Pittsburgh potentially moving up from 31 to the 20s may come to fruition, but they don't have the draft capital. but would they be willing to ship a player or two that had an expiring contract as well as that pick in order to move up? That is an interesting development that we may see as well. So definitely could be something to keep an eye on. The New Jersey Devils are on the clock here, and they have about 2 minutes to make their pick. It's definitely going to be an interesting situation with the New Jersey Devils at number 1. I believe they're going to take Nico Hischier at 1, but at the same time, nothing is set in stone until this pick comes in. And look at how calm Nico is, whereas to how nervous Nolan is. Look at the draft room. So the Devils, I still think Nico Hischier is going to – okay, the pick is in. New Jersey's pick is in, so that was very quick by New Jersey making that selection here. A very quick selection. That was actually one of the quicker selections here. So could be Nolan Patrick. There could be some trade news as well. So Nolan Patrick is my number 1 player in the draft. But are they going to take Nico Hischier or Nolan Patrick at number 1? That is the big storyline here. And so what is going to happen? I would be shocked if it was not one of those 2 players at number 1. So which player are they going to take? This is sort of a toss-up, and whoever they don't take, that's who I'm going to assume the Flyers take at number 2, as I'm going to get the grades for both of those picks updated on the double here, because I like Nolan Patrick better, but I think they're going to take Nico Hischier. And I think those are the only 2 players in this entire draft that can warrant an A+ grade. So we'll see what happens here. I definitely think it's going to be one of those 2, though. The Devils turned in their card pretty quickly here. So I think it's Nico, but so Nico Hischier, the top pick, as I projected on our NHL mock draft. And it was pretty obvious by the body language cues at the NHL Combine that he would be the number 1 pick. So those 2 players, I'll get their grades up right now. I think Nolan Patrick's a little bit better, but at the same time, I'm not going to fault either one of these picks. These are both the right selections. And I think that we were going to see a trade regardless. Well, not necessarily. I feel like Nolan Patrick is going to be the next selection. So Nico Hischier out of Halifax going number 1. Nolan Patrick will be number 2 probably to the Flyers. So I'm probably going to get those unless a team manages to trade up or unless the Flyers are actually scared. And you got Nico Hischier. He's grabbing the hat. He's heading to the stage. So it's definitely an interesting situation. So I'm already putting Nolan Patrick under the news ticker for the draft order in round 2 because I just have a very difficult time with him not being the pick. I just can't see that. I hope the Flyers screw this up. I'm a Dallas Stars fan. I know you're a Penguins fan in the chat room, Albert, but I think Nolan Patrick's probably going to be the second overall selection if I had to say. So we'll see what happens at this point, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens here. Nico Hischier to New Jersey. No surprises by this pick. So this is one of 2 players that's NHL ready. So I'm definitely going to he's the first player to go number 1 overall since Nate McKinnon went number 1 overall in 2013, 3 years ago. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic here. And at number 1, Nico Hischier off the clock here, one of the best players in this draft. And I'm definitely intrigued to see what the Flyers are going to do now. I would think they were going to take Nolan Patrick. I would be extremely shocked if they didn't take him because I feel like there's smoke screens here. The one player who you're getting a line 1 center that can be the face of your team, face of your franchise in Nico Hischier, and they both grew up as Sabres fans. Nolan Patrick is expected to be a Flyers. So Nolan Patrick will be a Flyers player. So the Flyers are expected to take Nolan Patrick. So we're going to get that grade up right now as well before the pick is officially announced because the Flyers still have 3 minutes to make their pick. But we're pretty confident this pick's going to be Nolan Patrick at number 2. Anything else would be a huge shock to us personally at this point. So we'll tweet. If you see the thing on Google+, you can see our write-up. It's the exact same write-up we had for the Devils in our NHL mock draft. We could have, but with the rumors about the trade or whatever, I figured we were not going to have that at this point. So that's why I think Brandon Wheat Kings, I believe he's still in play, but I'm working on the grade for Patrick. And Nico Hischier, though, 6 foot, 174, second-team captain for the CHL Prospects game. Patrick, I think he's going to be the better NHL player, but Nico Hischier was a guy I thought they would end up taking here. And I'm not surprised because the body language cues at the NHL Combine pretty much gave away the fact that they were trying to hide their interest in Nico Hischier at this point. And the Philadelphia Flyers pick is in. I would have to think this is Nolan Patrick, so that's definitely going to be a possibility. And then the Dallas Stars will be on the clock at number 3. So, yeah, I would believe that Nolan Patrick will be the second pick, barring anything unforeseen at this point. So, I really like Patrick better. He's bigger, 6'3", 198. He won a lot of faceoffs versus Nico Hischier in the CHL Prospects game. 102 points last year. And this is the best player in the draft, in my opinion, and I believe he will be a Philadelphia Flyer in just a few seconds. Anything else would come as a huge shock for the Philadelphia Flyers. I hope they don't take him, but the realist in me believes they are going to take him at number 2 to the point where we're already getting ready to post the grade up for that at number 2. We won't refresh the page yet, but we're going to post the Nico Hischier grade for the Devils at 1 on Twitter. So the Nico Hischier pick is in. We have the grade up. We've tweeted that pick. And this is definitely going to be an interesting scenario here because after Philadelphia picks Nolan Patrick, this draft could be an entire crapshoot as to what could happen. There are a ton of possibilities. Nolan Patrick is the pick as expected. So, I mean, we can now officially save this pick, refresh the page. So, excellent stuff there. And our Nolan Patrick grade is up as well. So we'll tweet that out. We've handed out 2 A+ grades. He does need to get quicker, but he won the CHL Top Prospect Award in May. And the Philadelphia Flyers, they have that number 3 pick. So I love how they just let the players grab the hats. And they just put a Devil's hat back there. As soon as Nico Hischier got picked, they basically put another they put another hat back there. And the Dallas Stars are now on the clock, my favorite NHL team. I knew they weren't going to get one of the 2 can't-miss blue-chip players, but I knew from a lottery perspective that number 8 pick held a very good chance to go in the top. Heiskanen, he's 6'1", 172. He's bigger than I thought he would be, but at the same time, he is a player that could definitely be a guy who needs another year of development. But I think he'll be ready by 2018 at the very worst. But he could be ready right now. So and Dallas, I probably give Dallas an A grade. I'm not sure I can give them an A+ grade. But at the same time, this is the best defender in the draft, as well as the best prospect from Sweden. And I think it's I think Patrick's going to have a better career, but he's going into a situation where he won't be playing on the first or second line. He's going to be playing on the third line. So the Dallas Stars, I have them going Miro Heiskanen at number 3 in my mock draft. I've heard that's the guy they had at number 3 on their board. So I'm going by what I'm hearing. There could be a trade here. They could call a timeout. There's definitely a lot of different things that could be played out here. But I'm going to say that Dallas is one of these teams that's going to wait until the very last second to make their selection here. And yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting to see what happens here. And the Dallas Stars, their pick is in. I'm guessing it's Miro Heiskanen. That was really quick, though, for Dallas. I mean, we're already the first 3 picks into this thing. And Dallas has already made their selection. I would be shocked. Bob Sternum says Miro Heiskanen will go to Dallas. Projected number 3, Miro Heiskanen. So Heiskanen should be a Dallas Stars player. Number 3 will be Miro Heiskanen if Dallas keeps the pick. But all right, no trade down. So interesting. It's either going to be Makar or Rasmussen, and this is where the draft really begins. I really don't want to assume anything. I feel like with Dallas, we're going to put Miro Heiskanen in 3 on the ticker right now, and then we'll come back and type that player write-up in as soon as the pick is announced, because the pick is in, and I would be shocked if it wasn't Miro Heiskanen. but I don't really want to assume anything either. So Dallas is stepping to the podium right now. And so this is the #1 player in the SM Liga League in Finland, the #1 prospect from Finland by a long shot, and may be the only first rounder from Finland. So it's definitely an interesting pick. They want a guy who's similar to Klingberg. I can definitely see that with Heiskanen. So my Dallas Stars are on the clock, and I will unmute the TV now because I'm curious as to what they're going to do here. What is Dallas going to do? So the owner and governor of the Dallas Stars is going to announce the selection here. See, that's why Dallas is a classy organization. They were the first team to congratulate the Penguins, and yet some of my friends who are Penguins fans still give us crap, but you know, you got the best player in the world in Sidney Crosby, you've got Malkin, you've got a good team, you got a good thing going. But Miro Heiskanen to Dallas, as expected. So I think this is a top pair defenseman. Is he a guy on the level of a So the first 3 picks in my NHL mock draft were correct, all correct. So beginning of the night, 3 for 3. And but yep, this is one of my the number 3 is usually where I stumble in my mock drafts, but I got this pick correct, so I'm going to give it an A+ grade because I do think if Dallas views him as the 3rd best player on their board, that I don't think he'll come to the NHL right away, but he's definitely a great pick. So Dallas scouts compared Heiskanen to Nicholas Lidstrom, and they believe he can be So the Miro Heiskanen grade, we'll get that updated right now. Will the Avalanche select a defenseman here? But Miro Heiskanen, the first pick, I feel like the Avalanche are going to go one of 2 routes. I'm looking at the guys that they refer to as competitive. So I am going to tweet that pickup. So 3 A+ grades so far. I mean, this is also the #1 player in Finland. So I really like how the draft has started so far. 3 teams getting 3 special players, and Colorado is on the clock at #4. I mean, Heiskanen may not play right away, but at the very worst, he's going to be on the roster by 2018, and he's a player that Dallas has projected as a top 2 defenseman, a line 1 player down the road. So if Dallas believes he's a line 1 defender in 2 to 5 years, then take him and develop him. So if that's how confident they are in this guy, and they believe there's line 1 upside. I sort to see line 2 talent right now, but there's definitely line 1 upside with him. And you're looking at a number 2 guy on your top line or a number 1 guy. You've got Klingberg as your number 1 defender. You need a number 2 on that top line. Heiskanen fills that role perfectly. The question is he going to play this year or is he going to return? I believe he's going to return because he does have a deal with HIFK to go back and play for another year. So that's something I'm looking at as well here. And what Americans might be in the draft, Albert? That's a very good question. There, one American, Casey Middlestat from Minnesota, Eden Prairie High School, and the Green Bay Gamblers. Eli Tolvanen, who was my top American player in the preseason, top 15 pick. So the Miro Heiskanen pick is in, and we've just tweeted the grade. We've got grades for all 3 of the top 3 selections. I don't think they're going to take Cale Makar at 4. I know Bob McKenzie's acting all humble and confident and stuff, but I don't think they're going to go Cale Makar here. Okay, Cale Makar, number 4. Cale Makar, I believe, is a top 10 talent. I don't believe he's a top 5 talent, but with all the rumors about him getting in that top 5, I definitely see why he was the pick. I'm going to give it a B grade. I think it's a solid pick, but I also think it's kind of a reach here. So a good selection, Cale Makar from the Brooks Bandits. And now Buffalo's going to have to reach for a defender who's not as good at number 8. And I think defense is a need for Colorado. I'm just surprised they went this route. I shouldn't be surprised they went this route because they went with the BCHL last year. And you get Cale Makar here. You're getting a good value pick. So Cale Makar at number 4. I'm just a little bit surprised they went this route. But Vancouver on the clock here. This is the first pick. I shouldn't be surprised by the selection here, but I'm debating what grade to give this because Colorado needs defense. But Cale Makar is 5'11", 187. I think he's an offensive defenseman at best. I'm not sure if he's big enough or physical enough to develop defensively. I just feel like Miro's a more well-rounded player, but at the same time, this guy won 2 championships. You really can't hate on the pick that much. I'm probably going to give Colorado an A- grade because this is a player they needed, but at the same time, he's going to Massachusetts. He's going to develop, so I'm not sure how I feel about this. This is not going to get an A+ grade from me, but I am debating the value, what to give this grade. If you think I should give it something else besides an A-, B+, B grade, feel free to put that in the comments section, Albert. But he's undersized, but he led his team to 2 AJHL championships. That's the reasoning behind why I'd give this an A- grade, because the guy is a winner. He won back-to-back championships for his team. And even though he's a smaller school-type NHL player, Carson Wentz did the same thing in the NFL. But as far as the NHL goes, it's not a bad pick when you consider that Cale Makar was actually in the conversation to go number 1 overall. So I'll give it an A- grade, but at the same time, I definitely can see how it is a reach. And this is where the draft is going to get interesting now because I think there still are some NHL ready players like Gabe Vilardi, like Casey Middlestat. Well, Middlestat's not NHL ready, but at the same time, this is a player that so Cale Makar to Colorado at number 4. And so I'm still doing the typing the write-up for the Colorado Avalanche at number 4 with Cale Makar. No trades yet. I'm sure we're going to get a trade any minute now. It is that point in the draft where I feel like we're due for a trade at some point here. So Vancouver's pick is in. Well, Dallas did congratulate Pittsburgh at the NHL draft. Their owner did when they made the pick. So that's where you heard that. But Vancouver is about to make their selection. Cale Makar went to Colorado at 4. And 2 local guys near the Vancouver area that play in North America in the Western Hockey League. You've got Cody Glass out of the Portland Winterhawks, who I mocked to Vancouver, and Michael Rasmussen, who is a special player at 6'5", 221. My pro comp for him is Jordan Stahl, and I really like what he does tape-wise. So Elias Peterson, I like him in the top 10, but at number 5 overall, that is a reach when you consider the value here. Timrå is the level 2 team in Sweden. They're not a level 1 team. I really don't know what to think of this pick. I think it's a reach. He's definitely a talented player, but at the same time, you don't take somebody like this who's playing in Sweden's 2 level, not their main league, the SHL, who's playing in their 2 level in the top 5. I don't think that is smart, and this is not a player I would have taken here. So I like him, but at the same time, not a player I would take in the top 5. So the Vegas Golden Knights are going to reap the benefits from that, and the Vancouver Canucks are beginning this draft as the biggest loser so far. I'm gonna give this. He's only 164 pounds. They're comparing him to Ryan Johansson, but I don't see it. I mean, I'm probably going to give this a D grade because I do think it's a reach at this point. He's talented, but at the same time, this is a huge reach. I'm not going to give it an F grade because of his versatility, has great speed, but at the same time, I feel like it is a reach in the top 5, so I'm going to give it a D grade. So maybe this guy will prove me wrong. I thought Hampus Lindholm wasn't going to be that good. He was that good, so you never know what can happen with these picks. So Elias Peterson is a consensus top 10 pick, though, but you don't take a consensus top 10 pick in the top 5. So, and he's going to go to the Vax Joe Lakers next year. He's not going to sign with an NHL team right off the bat. He's going to be a player that you develop over a long-term period. And I think there are better centers available, which is why I dislike the pick. So Vegas is on the clock now. So So, yeah, Vegas. I'm curious to see what Vegas is going to do here at number 6. Casey Middlestat is still on the board. He didn't do a pull-up at the NHL Combine, fell out of the top 5 as a result. So I've heard rumors that Vancouver had some interest in Elias Peterson, but I figured, well, Cody Glass still on the board. There's definitely some talented players in this draft. So the Vegas Golden Knights at number 6. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. I mean, Vancouver reaching for Elias Peterson at this point in the top 5 just feels very irresponsible. But Vegas's pick is in, and I do have the grade up. I don't have Elias Peterson on the ticker, but I do have the grade up on the site, and I gave Elias Peterson a D grade. If the guy's versatile enough to play all 3 forward roles, I'm not going to give him an F grade, even if the team is reaching for him. And I thought Vancouver reached in the top 5 last year too. So very interesting route Vancouver's taking here at number 5. Vegas Golden Knights have made their selection here. And this is going to be an interesting pick, because Vegas will go to the podium. And if we can find out who made the pick here, we will, and we'll get that information. So, yeah, the Vegas Golden Knights are on the clock. Now, there's a lot of talent on the board. I would think Gabe Vilardi would be the pick here, but at the same time, we've seen some strange things in this draft. So I'm curious as to what's going to happen with the Vegas Golden Knights at number 6 in this year's NHL draft. And they're coming to the podium right now as we speak. And their number 6 selection here. Vegas did a good job getting Fleury and defenders in the expansion draft. I feel like they're just going to load up on forwards. And I feel like Gabe Vilardi would make the most sense. Vilardi's head coach in Windsor is going to their AHL team, so if he doesn't pan out, he can reunite with his old coach. I feel like Vilardi is the most logical pick here, and I feel like Gabe Vilardi is going to be the pick. Oh, I turned the TV off. What the hell is wrong with me? I thought I was unmuting the TV, but I actually turned it off. Cody Glass. I actually like Cody Glass. I'll give this a grade. I really do like the pick, but I don't understand why they are passing on Vilardi here, because I do like Cody Glass on tape. I had a top 5 grade on him, but I think Vilardi might be a better fit, but I can also see why they'd want to get a center to build their blue line around. And Cody Glass can be that player. He can be what Ryan Johansson was, the guy that was just compared to I definitely see that comp with the Vegas Golden Knights player here, but Cody Glass, the center for the Portland Winterhawks. I like Cody Glass. It's a good pick. I just didn't expect Vegas to go this route at number 6, but they need a true line 1 center. I think Cody Glass can be that type of player. He's one of the 5 or 10 players that 5 or 6 players in this class that I consider NHL ready right now. I'm just surprised they went this route at 6, because I've been hearing things about how they love Vilardi. I've been hearing things about how they love Liljegren. I've been hearing multiple reports when it comes to the Vegas Golden Knights, and this contradicts and conflicts with those reports. But I do like the pick a lot. It's a great pick. So very smart drafting by everybody except Vancouver so far. But we'll see. This guy went from having 27 points 2 years ago to 94 points, a huge jump in terms of his skill level and consistency. So very good selection there at this year's NHL draft, with Cody Glass being the number 6 selection. But Cody Glass is going to be on the board here. And we're about to get the Cody Glass grade up for Vegas. Bob McKenzie has him at number 8. There's people that had him at 8 and 9, but I look at the tape, I see a top 5 talent. He had 9 points in 11 WHL playoff games, 6'2", 179. Reminds me a lot of Ryan Johansson, a lot more so than their pick. And I would think the Rangers would take Gabe Vilardi here at number 7. I would think this is where Vilardi comes off the board, because this Atlantic Division with the picks that have been coming in, I would think that is the selection at number 7. Him or Owen Tippett. I have to believe Vilardi. I'm shocked that Gabe Vilardi fell out of the top 6. That really does surprise me. Middlestat had the bad combine, didn't do a pull-up, and Ryan, the guy I watched tape with, says he's a top 15, not a top 10 talent, which I completely agree with. And I'm not surprised he's falling at all. I'm actually more surprised by Elias Anderson. Wow. The Rangers traded up for Elias Anderson, who isn't bad, but is not worth a top 10 grade here. So they gave up their backup goalie and Derek Stepan for Elias Anderson, who they could have gotten later in the first round, around the 10 to 13 range. There were better centers available, and I'm very surprised and shocked that they went this route. So this will probably be our first F grade of the night. So I know he's central scouting as him as the number 3 ranked European skater, but at the same time, he's the number 13 prospect. I had him going 13 in my mock draft. My final one, I had him in the 20 initially. So this is a guy who I initially had at 20, and the Rangers took him at 7. So this is without a doubt the worst selection of the entry drafts so far. So, I mean, that's a pick that I definitely think is a reach as far as talent goes. So Elias Anderson is a player that 5'11", 198. This will probably be our first F grade of the night. And I'm still amazed that both Gabe Vilardi has fallen right into Buffalo's lap at number 8. I know I know they really do need a defenseman. So this is definitely going to be an interesting pick when you consider that Gabe Vilardi's still on the board. You've got a lot of picks on the boards here, so bear with me for a second here. I'm going to try to get to these selections. Elias Anderson of HV71. Not surprised by that pick, but I'm just I don't get why teams are reaching for these guys. There's much better centers in this draft class. You've got Gabe Vilardi and Michael Rasmussen, who just really stand out as immediate impact type players. And I'm kind of shocked that both are still on the board here. And I think Buffalo should actually look at the idea or be entertained by the idea of moving down in the draft because you can get another defender later in this draft. I could even see them reaching for a Liljegren or a Kalan Foot type of player here at number 8. This is definitely an interesting spot for Buffalo. And Buffalo really needs defense, but at the same time, two guys, well, one player, Vilardi, still on the board. Middlestat is still on the board. And Rasmussen is still on the board here. So there's some very good centers. Buffalo's stacked at center, though, so this is going to be an interesting pick. I feel like it's going to be Vilardi as a right winger or Owen Tippett, if I had to guess. Or they're going to take a defender, and they're really going to blow people away with the defender they take. So I just think this is a terrible pick by the Rangers. I mean, Elias Anderson is a huge reach at this point. This is not a player you take at 7. So Buffalo on the clock here. And Vilardi, Detroit's going to get somebody really good at number 9 now, because all these teams are passing on guys who should have gotten higher than this. So I'm not surprised that Middlestat fell. I'm surprised that we haven't really gotten an indication on what route Buffalo is going to take here at number 8. So I am going to try to get the grade up for Cody Glass and Elias Anderson. So Buffalo's pick is in, and this is definitely interesting to see what happens here. Buffalo's about ready to head to the podium here and make their selection. So it's definitely going to be interesting, to say the least, what happens with Buffalo at number 8. And Buffalo currently, wow, Buffalo takes Casey Middlestat at number 8. I think there's better defensemen on the board, but this is a guy the Sabres have the luxury of developing. So, and they had this guy number 3 on their board ahead of any defenseman. So this was the top player on their board. He fell to them at 8. I can't fault it. I'm going to give it an A- grade, because I do think Middlestat is a reach, but at the same time, so if Buffalo had him as the top player on their board, I can't fault the pick. So Casey Middlestat to the Buffalo Sabres at number 8. They had this guy ahead of all of the defenders on their board. He was actually 3rd on their board, and they get the guy they had at 3 behind Nolan Patrick at Nico Hischier at number 8. So this is an interesting scenario. I wasn't sure. I'm not going to give this an A. I'm going to give this an A- because I do like the pick. If he was the top player on their board, you can argue it's worthy of an A+ grade, but I don't think Casey Middlestat is all that, and I think he might be a future bust. So, but Buffalo, with their depth at center, they have the luxury to develop him as a project player. And there were no good defensemen on the board, so if he's your number 3 player on your entire board, I can't really fault the pick. So I'm going to give it an A- grade. And if that does not fit on our ticker, we will so he'll give Buffalo a future player to build their offense around. And Casey Middlestat at number 8, very good pick for Buffalo. I gave it an A- grade. So we'll see what happens here. But yeah, definitely some interesting headlines have happened here at the NHL Draft. And this is a good player. I mean, but he's a project. But Buffalo, they're deep at center with the guys they've drafted over the years. They are deep at the center position. So they have the luxury to develop him. So, I mean, and Gabe Vilardi is who I actually had at number 3 on my board at one point. He's going to fall to the Red Wings. Rasmussen might be the pick here. I'm definitely interested to see what the Red Wings are going to do here. So I know everybody says Eden Prairie High School. I'm listing the Green Bay Gamblers as his default team, and I really don't care if that's not how most of the pundits feel. I mean, that's sort of where I'm at with this pick. I mean, it's a decent selection value-wise. So the Red Wings are about to head up to their board, and they're going to go to a commercial before they announce their pick because that's how they do it in Chicago. The Red Wings, they show the Ferris Bueller's Day 9 in Chicago when during Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So there's that embedded Detroit picking at 9 with the draft in Chicago. Gordie Howe wore number 9. They're picking at 9 this year, first time since 1991. And the Casey Middlestat pick, we're tweeting that out right now as we speak. And we're going to try to get some more picks updated before we get to that pick. Okay, so the Buffalo pick, we did not. I'm curious as to what Detroit is going to do here at number 9 here. Michael Rasmussen. I initially mocked him. I changed the pick at the last minute to Martin Nikas, but Rasmussen is an awesome pick for the Red Wings. I love this pick. I'm going to give it an A grade because I think Gabe Vilardi is really the only – well, nah, I really do like Rasmussen. So I love this fit for Detroit, though. You bring him in behind Datsuk and Dylan Larkin. You develop his skills. And I think it's an awesome pick. This is a great pick by the Red Wings here. And I do love this fit for Detroit. Michael Rasmussen going to the Red Wings at number 9. It's an awesome fit. So I'm probably going to give this an A+ grade because Rasmussen, As Bob Torrey described him on last Friday's podcast, he's a special player. So that's all and if he's checked out all the boxes, that's the player you take. And Detroit, I love this pick for Detroit at number 9 here. So Michael Rasmussen going to the Red Wings. So the Red Wings make a smart pick, and they get Rasmussen at number 9. I love this pick. And the future of Detroit is very bright because Detroit, they'll take these guys, they'll bring them in their system, they'll develop them. And this is an awesome pick for Detroit. I'm sure Bob does upset me a little bit, but Rasmussen, I love this pick for Detroit here at number 9. I mean, this is a great pick for Florida here, and we'll go back here. I know you can hardly see my face. I'm trying to simulcast this on TalkShoe as well as our website, draftytopia.com, so bear with me. Thank you very much. And Detroit getting Michael Rasmussen is an excellent selection here. And I'm probably going to be playing catch-up grading Detroit and Florida's picks at the same time. But I don't really have any issue with Rasmussen to Detroit at number 9. And Florida, they're about to announce their selection here at number 10. I would be shocked if it wasn't Gabe Vilardi. They just traded Lawson Krause. So Gabe Vilardi just makes a lot of sense here. I'm curious as to what Florida is going to do here at number 10. Because they love to draft bigger players. I could even see them going with another blue liner on the defensive side of the puck and Kalan Foot. Dale Tejon loves to draft for size. And with Rasmussen off the board, do you take a guy like Gabe Vilardi here, or do you go with another player? This is going to be interesting because Vilardi is a guy that I had a top 5 grade on. And the fact that he slipped out of the top 9 picks is just outstanding value. So whoever gets Velarde is going to get an A+ grade here because the value is just that good. This is a top 5 player who's slipping. I thought Vegas might be able to get him at 6, but okay, he slipped a little bit. And Florida is picking next, so this 10th selection, the Florida Panthers select Owen Tippett, number 10 overall. So Owen Tippett goes ahead of Gabe Velarde. This is another pick I love, and they do draft for size, so not a bad way to start this draft off. Owen Tippett going to Florida at 10. I had Owen Tippett going to the Rangers at number 7, so that is a good pick because 75 points has that size that these Panthers covet. So, yeah, that's another good selection. But Gabe Velarde, I had Velarde going ahead of both of those players, Rasmussen and Tippett. I'm going to give the Red Wings an A+ grade here. Probably going to give grade here because I think you don't pass on the Patrick and Hischier at one point. So Gabe Velarde has dropped out of the top 10. And if Vegas can get Velarde at 13 and Cody Glass, their draft is just going to look excellent on paper. So I would think at number 11, this would be such an easy decision for the Florida Panthers. So the Red Wings, though, we're looking at number 9, Michael Rasmussen. This is hands down an A+ grade for Detroit. I'm going to give Florida. I had Owen Tippett going ahead of Rasmussen in my mock, but the thing with Tippett is he does struggle on defense, and this was shown in the CHL prospects game. His defense is very sloppy, and that's why he fell, because these teams, they value that ability to play on the blue line, to play on defense. So the Los Angeles Kings are on the clock, and this is a spot in the draft where this is a player that you bring him in, you develop him behind a guy like Dylan Larkin. Very good stuff here. And Rasmussen, so I typed a lot of stuff in really fast because Rasmussen, we had him to Florida in our mock draft, but we copied the write-up from our mock draft, and we've added that to. So we got to get rid of the sentence. I love the flexibility that Rasmussen provides here. And easily an A+ grade for Detroit. I might have to give Florida an A grade. So, yeah, I mean, but excellent drafting so far. Not really any surprises outside of Gabe Velarde slipping out of the top 10. And this is, whoever gets Velarde is going to be getting a special player. Could there be some kind of maturity concern that caused this guy to drop out of the top 10 completely? But this is a guy that shot the puck through the tires when he was 11 years old before he got to the juniors. So he's been practicing his technique for years. But why did he fall? It's like if I'm the Vegas Golden Knights and Velarde was one of these guys that's really high on my board, I'm jockeying up to LA at 11 right here, and I'm saying, look, you guys can have 13 and 15. Let us move up. Let us take Gabe Vilardi and make that trade. I know it sounds ridiculous. Maybe you trade 13 and 34 and you keep 15, but you can trade 13 and 34 here, and you can move up. Vegas needs to be trying to move up for Vilardi here and moving around, but they're not. It's like, so Detroit, I'm still getting the Florida grade up. Owen Tippett's a great pick for Florida, and I'm certain I will catch up at some point. So Gabe Vilardi. Gabe Vilardi, this is like when Philippe Forsberg fell to 11 in the draft a few years ago. He was the third best player. He's a top 5 player, but he fell to 11. So Vilardi getting the Philippe Forsberg treatment, and the Los Angeles Kings. That is an excellent pick by the Los Angeles Kings that easily warrants an A+ grade. And Vilardi's one of those guys who could come up and play for the Kings right away and really get them back to that point where I know I don't have a problem with the Tippett pick. I just like Vilardi better. It's a good pick, but at the same time, I'm a little bit surprised. And I will get the Gabe Vilardi grade up for the LA Kings in just a few seconds. But Vilardi to the Kings is such a steal. Like, that might end up being the steal of the draft, because Vilardi's a guy who can help them win right now. So I'm a little bit surprised as to why Gabe Vilardi fell to. And he had a poor showing in the CHL prospects game. I think that's why Owen Tippett fell as far as he did to number 10. And now the Kings at number 11, they get Gabe Vilardi as a result of teams reaching for centers. So the LA Kings reap major benefits here. And Vilardi's a guy who should have gone in the top 5, but he falls to the Kings at 11. That is a huge win itself, and I just can't get over how good of a pick that was. So Gabe Vilardi pick is in, and I have Gabe Vilardi as a right winger, but he can play center or right wing. He's one of those players that is just that versatile. So I mean, the Los Angeles Kings here, Gabe Vilardi. I'm just really surprised that the Kings got Gabe Vilardi at number 11. I think that is without a doubt the biggest surprise of the. So the LA Kings are my round 1 winner, getting a player that could have gone top 5. I had a top 5 grade on at number 11. They are a huge winner because of that. And we've handed out, I think, 5 A+ grades, which is better than last night's NBA draft when we handed out so many player grades. So Yeah, I mean, Velarde, though, very good player. Easily an A+ grade. I just think with that value, and I just need to push enter and save again. The Carolina Hurricanes, I know their selection's about to be in, but Gabe Velarde to the Kings is easily the biggest steal in this draft. I just can't get over how big of a steal that is. And Martin Nikos, who I had a top 10 grade on our mock draft, is still on the board. Valimaki, really like his ability on tape. He is still on the board. He'd be a good pick for Carolina. Carolina's stacked on defense. I'd have to think Martin Nikos will be the selection here at number 12. But Gabe Velarde, without a doubt, I would think Martin Nikos would be the pick here. But Velarde at 11 was a steal. Martin Nikos, a great pick. And Martin Nikos is a good value pick at this point, okay? I can't really bash the pick too much. I had a top 10 grade on him. This is a good value for him at this point at number 12. So Nick Suzuki may have been a better player, but this is a guy who most scouts had a unanimous top 10 grade on. And if I had kept Martin Nikos at Carolina before I moved him up to Detroit at 9, and then I had Rasmussen at 9. So by moving those two players up, I missed 2 picks in my mock draft. So, but overall, I like what these teams have done so far. This is probably going to get a solid A grade from me because I see more of a top 15 than a top 10 player, but I thought this guy was going to go in the top 10. I really like the value here. Outstanding pick by the Carolina Hurricanes here at number 12. So and Vegas is going to be on the clock here. They're going to make their second selection any minute now. So a lot of excellent value picks still on the board here. I'm hoping Ryan will call in. He may not. His phone was at 29%. My phone was at like 50%. Ooh. My phone, I don't know if I'll make it past the first round. We'll see. I'm going to do my best to make it through this draft. And we've made it 12 picks through the round here. I've noticed my phone's a little bit low on battery, but I'm going to do my best to try to make it. This podcast isn't going to go 5 hours like the other ones have. Early, it is because my phone disconnected or my phone ran out of battery. So if that happens, because it was at like 4%, there was like a tornado warning, so I couldn't charge my phone and I got less battery on it than I wanted. So if I hadn't panicked, but it's not really a big deal. I'm safe now. The point is we're about to get the Carolina Hurricanes grade up on the site here for Carolina at number 12. So Martin Nikos at number 12, still on the board. I like what we've seen so far. I mean, I really do think that Martin Nikos So the Vegas Golden Knights are going to pick here at number 13. And we're about to get the Martin Nikos grade up. I was looking for something to say about this player in the write-ups, but as a consensus top 10 pick, even if so Martin Nikos at number 9, number 12. So the number 12 pick in the draft still on the board here. And this draft this is probably one of the faster drafts we've had. They've said it's going to end at 10:30. So Nick Suzuki goes to the Vegas Golden Knights here. So that's a good pick for them. And Nick Suzuki, we had him going to Carolina. He goes to Vegas. So you get Cody Glass, you get Nick Suzuki. You really have two centers that can anchor that team and can really build that foundation. I think once both these guys come up to the NHL, you're going to have a really good center core, something like Yzerman, Fedorov, Malkin, Crosby. You're going to have that 1-2 punch. And you've got the defense there. You get these two centers. I really like this pick for Vegas at number 13. I'm going to give it an A grade. Another spectacular pick. So I thought they were going to take one of the other players, but I do like the pick for Nick Suzuki. And Tampa Bay is on the clock at 14. They could go Klim Kostin. There's a lot of directions they could go in, but everybody who is projected to go in the top 13 of my NHL mock draft is officially off the board. So pretty much everybody who we had going in the top 13 went in the top 13. They just went at different spots within the top 13. So this is the part of the draft that really becomes difficult to project, sort of unpredictable. So, but yeah, I mean, the Tampa Bay Lightning are about to make their pick here, and we could be 17, 18, 19 picks through this by the time we reach 9 p.m. Yzerman, I don't know what Yzerman's thinking here at number 14, to be honest. But yeah, the NHL draft, we're going to tweet the Comerda Burno pick for froze again. No, didn't freeze again. But Nick Suzuki, though, it didn't freeze. I'm thankful for that, at least. So everybody that we had going in the top 13 went within the top 13. So even if we missed some picks, pretty much everybody we had go in the top 13 went in the top 13. There were reaches, but at the same time, only one F grade I've had to hand out, and that was to the Rangers, who took a guy who we had at number 20 2 weeks ago at number 7. So nothing really surprising here as far as major reaches outside of that pick and outside of some of the other picks with speculation. And this is the point where the NHL draft turns into a crapshoot. I'm really surprised by how good been when it came to drafting certain players. So Nick Suzuki going to the Vegas Golden Knights at number 13. And so Nick Suzuki going to the Vegas Golden Knights here. I'll buy this pick, but at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see. So yeah, pretty much everybody that we expected to go went in the top 13. So no surprises yet. I mean, the New York reaching for Elias Anderson, who most had a consensus top 10 grade on at number 7. That felt surprising. Elias Peterson in the top 5. I thought those were both reaches, but they were both top 15 talents. They were just guys who got pushed up. But Peterson was one of 3 players they were looking at. So very interesting to see what's going to happen here. Tampa Bay Lightning are on the clock at number 14. They are about to make their selection here. Hal on foot. I actually do really like this pick for Tampa Bay. Kalon Foote, Kelowna Rockets defenseman, son of Adam Foote. Steve Yzerman knows the importance of having a good defense. You just lost. Wow, he's 6'4". I thought he was 6'3", 219. He's actually 6'4". He's bigger than, he's taller than we anticipated, and that's always a plus. So, and Adam Foote always gave Yzerman crap in those Avalanche Red Wings matchups in the 90s. And now Steve Yzerman drafts his son here. So you look at, because he knows what an enforcer Kalon is. He knows what a competitor Adam Foote can be. And I really do like the pick here in terms of the value you're getting. And Kalon Foote, even though I had him going to Toronto at 17, I really do like this pick for Tampa Bay. And with Victor Hedman there, with someone like him to mentor Kalon Foote, I think you're getting a premium steal here. And I could honestly see Kalon Foote being the best defenseman in this NHL draft in 5 years from now. I love this pick. Love it. And I'm going to give it an A+ grade because Steve Yzerman, I thought he was going to take a Russian player. He goes Kalon Foote after losing Jason Garrison. You get the perfect replacement to Garrison down the road. And a kid that really might end up being the best defenseman in this entire draft when it's all said and done. So I really do like this pick for I would not be surprised if Juuso Valimaki went here at 15 because, or if Vegas moved down for another pick because so Kalon Foote though, number 14, I don't really have an issue with it at all. I think it's an excellent pick value-wise, and as far as the value goes, I love the value. And Kalon Foote to Tampa Bay at number 14, that is an excellent selection by Tampa Bay. So I'm going to give that an A+ grade because I think the upside is there with Kalon Foote. I had him going 17 overall in my mock draft, but I love the value here. So you look at this pick, and he's 6'4", 219. So you are getting an excellent defenseman, and I really do like this pick by Tampa Bay. I like it a lot. So I have A+ grades, and outside of the reaches by Vancouver and the Rangers, a lot of these teams have really drafted strongly here to begin the day. Vegas, they've ended the round one with 3 A-grade type players, and I'm really curious. This is going to get an A+ because I'm such a fan of Kalon Foote, and I sort of respect Yzerman for putting his rivalry with Adam Foote on hold and really understanding what it takes to be a champion. Stanley Cup as a kid, so I definitely do like this pick a lot for Detroit, and I really like the Kalon Foote pick for Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay got Adam Foote's son at number 14. I didn't expect him to go this route, but I love the pick. As far as value goes, it's an awesome pick. No question. No question. And Kalon Foote is actually 6'4", not 6'3". So more bonus points to that. So I'm about ready to get this pick up on the site, and then so I want to try to get the Kalon Foote grade up before we get to some more picks here. But yeah, a lot going on here as far as this top 20 goes to start this NHL draft. Really excellent drafting here by the Vegas Golden Knights. And so, yeah. Erik Brannstrom, this is a guy I actually had the Islanders taking at number 15. He's 5'9", 157. And with all the defenders that the Vegas Golden Knights added, I figured they would not take this guy here in the top 15. But it's a good pick. He's very aggressive. He can set up scoring chances. He's patient. He needs to improve defensively. He needs to get stronger. He was a team captain in the World Junior Championships. So the leadership is there. So I don't hate the pick, but I also think with all the wingers that are still on the board, I'm a little disappointed they didn't go with a winger, but I don't hate the pick. I'm going to give it a solid B grade. Most of the grades I've handed out are either A grades or B grades or C grades. So I've either handed an F grade. With this pick, though, we're not going to hand out a C grade. We're going to hand out a solid B grade here to Erik Brannstrom. Actually had going ahead of Kalon Foote in my mock. I don't see upside with him, but I think it's an excellent selection. But it's a solid selection. Not an excellent selection, but it's a solid pick here by the Vegas Golden Knights because this guy brings leadership. He's not the biggest guy on the ice, but he brings leadership. And you're an expansion team like Vegas, you need leadership. So that's why it's a solid selection. So we'll give it a B grade. And only one F grade so far, and it's by the New York Rangers at number 7. But really strong drafting here by the Vegas Golden Knights here. And I will get the write-up for Erik Brannstrom up in a few minutes. But yeah, really surprised by how good these teams have begun this draft. Calgary's about to go to the board. But, yeah, I mean, as far as drafting goes, you're looking at a very good selection here in Brandstrom. We had the Flames taking this guy one pick earlier at number 16 here, so and I'm only going to post grades for the first 2 rounds of the NHL draft because I want to recode the Vegas Golden Knights team page later tonight. I also want to get some other stuff updated. So I will announce all 7 rounds worth of picks on the podcast tomorrow. But at the same time, you're looking at how some of these players have just fallen. And luckily for the Vegas Golden Knights, they have their pick. So I think they should have taken a winger, but I'm not going to fault them because this is a good value pick. I underestimated the leadership trait that Erik Brandstrom had. So, I mean, you look at what that has. Vegas already has a strong pool. And I'm going to delete this last sentence about Calgary taking him because Calgary is on the clock here. So I'm just copying write-ups from my NHL mock draft and adding those write-ups to our grades here. I'm not really disappointed with any picks so far. I think so, for the most part, sound drafting by all of the teams here in the NHL draft. I would not be surprised if Valimaki and Liljegren went 16 and 17, and we saw a run on defensemen here continue into the late part of the first round. So that would not shock me at all. So, and once we get this pick up, we're going to go to picks 16 through 30. So Juuso Valimaki went to Calgary at 16, and this is that run on defensemen because after Valimaki, after Liljegren, there's a huge drop-off in defensemen. So I think Valimaki goes here. Liljegren probably goes to Toronto at 17, and then you have that drop-off in defensemen. And Valimaki has an excellent hockey IQ. You put him in Calgary with Oliver Kylington, all the young defensive prospects in their pool. Their defensive pool just got a lot stronger, and with all this talent, I think at some point within the next 5 years, when all of these minor league guys make Calgary's roster, I think you're looking at a team that could potentially win the Stanley Cup. I honestly believe that Calgary is right there. And, yeah, maybe it'll happen after Brian Burke gets fired, because I know he sabotaged Toronto for years as their GM. So, yeah. Brian Burke gets fired, but the talent is there as far as the prospects, everything being there in place. And I definitely think it's possible because I do like Glenn Gulitson. I like what he did with Dallas. I don't think he was given enough time, to be honest, but at the same time, I like what he's done with Calgary. Quality pieces. So Valimaki, I'm probably going to give this an A+ grade because I really do like the value here. And see, this is that run of defensemen we were talking about. So we have a run on defensemen here, and I want to see. Do not do this to me, please. We've got 2 picks left on our round 1 page for the NHL draft results. I just need to see the grades for those picks, and then we can go to the second half of the first round. And yep, there it is. So the Toronto Maple Leafs are now on the clock. And the Calgary Flames here made a very good pick. And number 16, they get Juuso Valimaki. That is without a doubt an A+ grade because Vali Maki has the hockey IQ. Tony Mario, our NFL draft writer, compared him to Victor Hedman of the Tampa Bay Lightning. And you put Calgary, a team who's already deep at defense, you give them a guy with Victor Hedman's skills, you are getting a very special player. So I absolutely love this pick for Calgary here at number 16. And yeah, I mean, that's a great pick by them. And we haven't seen any trades, though. It's like we saw trades before the draft, but we have not seen any trades during the top 20. We haven't seen a trade during the draft. This has been a very chill draft. This kind of reminds me of the 2015 NFL draft when we had like no trades until the late teens. So we had teams move up on draft day, but we have not seen a single trade during the NHL draft so far. And we're 16 picks through this first round. So I'm sure Ryan's going to be pretty shocked if he calls in after work tonight and finds out there have been no trades. That's pretty shocking, pretty groundbreaking stuff. So the top 16 is up, no trades at the moment, and really good stuff here as we will reload the ticker and get the grade up for the first round, 16 through 31. I have all of the grades. I'm going to post all of that here on this page. But Vali Maki out of Tri-City, without a doubt, my favorite prospect. I really do like that pick. They're already strong defensively, but you add a force like Vali Maki into this equation here, you are really getting a special player. I thought San Jose at 19 was going to get him, but there were teams in the top 10 rumored to be interested in this guy. So, I mean, Calgary and Detroit really hit home runs with these Tri-City guys in Vali Maki and with Rasmussen. So I really like what they have, and they can develop him because they're already strong on defense. They don't need to rush him, and Bob's probably going to be getting both of those guys back, but they're both special players, and they're both going to be huge stars for Calgary and Detroit. I really do like how strong we've seen the draft so far by both of these teams. And yeah, Timothy Liljegren is an excellent pick here for Toronto at number 17. And Liljegren is going to be the pick here. So Liljegren, definitely a strong pick for Calgary here. I had Valimaki. I had Liljegren at 20 to the Rangers, but he was the best defenseman on the board. I did not expect all of those defensemen to go on a run, but Liljegren makes sense here as far as value goes with all of those defensemen gone. You knew Toronto was going to go defense at 17. Just take the best defender on your board. So, I mean, it is a good pick. So I'm going to get the grades up for those two picks. Calgary's pick at 16, they took Valimaki, who I really like on tape. And then at 20, I'm going to message Ryan and see what he wants to do as far as the NHL draft goes. I don't think he's going to call in, but we'll see. So I'm going to get the Valimaki right now. The freezing sets me back, but Boston, we've had no trades so far, and I'm going to give Calgary an A+ grade here. And Toronto, I'm probably going to give them an A- because it is a good pick, but it's also a kind of a reach. But it's kind of a necessary reach. Top player at a position of need. But at the same time, I feel it's a reach in terms of value, so I'm probably going to give them an A+, Calgary an A+, and Toronto an A- here, because I'm not a fan of Liljegren. I think he's going to bust. So, yeah, I mean, I've got the grades up for those two picks. And Boston is at the podium now. They are now making their selection here. So, Urho Vakinainen. So, Boston picking at 18 here. And it's a good pick. I had this guy going to the Penguins at 31, but he's arguably the final first-round defenseman on the board. And that's why it's a decent pick. I feel it's a reach, and I feel like Boston has enough good defensive players, but at the same time, I could see why it's a decent high-end pick. I had Pittsburgh taking this guy at 31, but this is probably the final first-round defender, and we're still in that run where all the first-round defensemen are coming off the board. Teams are panicking. Nicholas Hague might be the next pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Nicholas Hague went here because we're seeing that run on defensemen, and I mean, it would not shock me if that's what ended up happening. So I'm a little bit shocked, but at the same time, I'm not completely stunned either. So Urho Vakinainen to Boston here. It's a reach, but at the same time, he is the best defenseman on the board. I'm debating what grade to give it. I'm going to give it a C grade because it's a solid pick, but I feel it's a reach. Maybe I'll give it a B grade. So, because that's probably what I should have gave the Liljegren grade. But we're still seeing that run of defenders on the board. Actually, now that I think about it, Nicholas Haig's probably the top defender on the board at 6'6", 212. So I'm going to change that to a C grade. And solid drafting, though, for the most part, solid drafting by these teams. So, I mean, we're here, and we're going to get the write-up for Calgary's pick at number 16 up right now. So excellent drafting here by a lot of these teams. So Valimaki is a top 15 talent. He goes to 16 Toronto. But we saw a run on defensemen here at 15. And a lot of teams jockeying up the boards, just taking the best defender on the board. And Boston is one of these teams under Don Sweeney. They are known to reach for players. And they reached once again. But Klim Kostin's still on the board. And then there's Eddie Olachek from NBC with he's eating popcorn, I guess, during the thing. But we are still on the call here. It's 8:53. The phone is at 20% battery, but we've made it 19 picks through the mock draft, amazingly. So I'm happy that we got 19 picks through. So I'm looking here to get Liljegren's write-up for Toronto because it is a good pick, but it's also kind of a reach. Josh Norris is a guy I had a round 2 grade on. So this is a reach here by San Jose. There's so much better talent available. There are wingers that have premium value. I can definitely see with Joe Thornton being a free agent, I can definitely see why they take this guy, but there are so many players with better value here. The San Jose just may have earned our second F grade of the night. I was expecting to get a winger, maybe a defenseman like Nicholas Haig, continue to run on defensemen, but Josh Norris is not a player that he had 18 goals on the NPD team, which is separate from the team that actually plays in the USHL. The USHL USA team has all the guys that are main players. So, I mean, Joshua Norris, I'm going to have to look into that pick here. as we get some I'm going to get some info on that pick here. I'll get the grade up in a second, but that is a player that we're going to have to get some research on. It's probably going to be the second F grade of the night. So Stanley still on the board here. Eli Tolvanen is still on the board. He's smaller than I thought at 5'10", 190. Klim Kostin is still on the board. There is a lot of good talent at this point. So I'm really surprised. So the Blues are on the clock here. Joshua Norris is still on the board. And now with all the first-round defensemen outside of Nicholas Hague, who had some character issues, with all of those guys off the board here, I moved Joshua Norris up. So San Jose gets Joshua Norris at number 19. He's talented, but this is a reach here. So Joshua Norris to San Jose at number 19. And this is unbelievable. We've gone 19 picks through this first round, and we have seen absolutely zero trades. Draft trades. So, in fact, that's why we've been able to keep up with the picks here as they come flying in. So Vakinainen, we're getting the grade up for Boston at 18. We're just gonna copy and paste the grade. So a lot of excellent value picks are still on the board here. And the Blues are about to submit their draft card, turn their pick in. I'm a little bit curious as to what we're gonna see, who's gonna fall in the draft. And Doug Armstrong is stepping to the podium, folks, and we'll see what happens. This is going to be interesting. So I had a second round grade on this player. So that's why this pick gets an F grade here. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here at this point at number 20 here. I mean, the Blues, it's 9 p.m. The draft's only been on for under 2 hours, and we are cruising through it. I mean, they said the draft's going to run until 10:30, but at this rate, I feel like the draft will be over at 10 with how quickly the picks have gone. I'm really surprised. And I'm also surprised that I've been able to keep up with the code. So And Robert Thomas, we had this guy going to the Edmonton Oilers at 22. They took him a little bit earlier than I expected. This is a reach, but at the same time, I can see why the Blues took this guy where they took him. I'm probably going to give this a C grade. This does feel like a typical Blues pick, but at the same time, it's a reach, so I'm probably going to give this a C grade. There are better players on the board at the wing position, so I am just a little bit surprised. I think the Rangers need a defender, but they got Anthony DeAngelo in the trade with Arizona, so the only defender they can get is Nicholas Hague. And are they going to look past the character with him? So I'm debating whether to bump it up. I'll probably bump it up to a B grade. It is a solid pick, but it's also kind of a reach. I can't give it an A grade. So, and the only reason I moved it up to a B grade is because he defends well. I think that's important. So Robert Thomas to the Blues at number 20. We're still on pick 21, folks. So there's still 11 picks left here. And I'm a little bit surprised that a lot of the wingers like Tolvanen, like Klim Kostin are still on the board in the 21 through 30 range, because that creates this tension of, well, now Kyler Yamamoto dropping out of the first round or falling to the Pittsburgh Penguins at 31, that actually becomes a legitimate possibility, because I did not anticipate those wingers would all drop like that. So I'm really interested to see who gets those wingers and if Kyler Yamamoto's size actually causes him to fall out of the first round. I'm really fascinated to see what happens here in this NHL draft now. So I am really curious to see what's going to happen here. And we're 20 picks through this thing. So Blues just took a really good skater at number 20. Robert Thomas, really good defender. A little bit undersized for someone that the Blues usually take, but his size is okay. It's not like 5'8", 159 like Kyler Yamamoto. So we got the grades up. I'm just double checking that while the picks are up. All right, perfect. We'll worry about this stuff later, and we'll try to tweet some of the grades up now before we get to pick 21. So I'm actually really pleasantly surprised here by how good these top 20 grades are up. And the Rangers are about to make their selection, so we'll tweet the top 20 before we get to this Rangers pick. And number 21, Philippe Chichel What in the hell? I had a third-round grade on this guy, and they take him at 21. There are so many good forwards on the board at left wing. You don't take a guy who has 8 points, who has a third-round grade at 21. The New York Rangers, I've only handed out 3 F grades so far this evening, and the New York Rangers have 2 of those 3 F grades. That speaks volumes about how bad they've drafted. So the New York Rangers getting back-to-back F grades, and if the Pittsburgh Penguins get somebody really good at 31 as a result, still no trades yet. So I'm just really surprised. Like Clint Kostin, like Eli Tolvanen. There are so many good premium wingers on the board, and this is what the Rangers do. I mean, I'm really shocked by how many good wingers are still on the board here. And Chittle is not a player you draft in the first round. This is a guy you take in the third round, but we've seen these reaches last year, and it is definitely something. Philippe Chittle. This is a reach, though. This player is a clear reach, and the Islanders reaching H.C. Plazin. So I'm just trying to figure out why this player went as early as he did, because I did not have a very high grade on him. Elias Anderson felt like that was a reach, so I didn't even have a second or a third round grade on this guy. Is this a player I didn't even have in my second round mock draft? So this guy was not in our fourth round, and this is the pick we're going to fall behind on here, because I don't think I had this guy from H.C. Plazin in my he wasn't even the best player on H.C. Plazin, but at this point, we're just going to put him on the Rangers because time is money right here. So So, wow, the Islanders and Oilers have made a trade. The Ryan Strome for Jordan Eberle and Philippe Scheidel, who HC Plazin, he's a center. But I'm giving this an F grade. I mean, this is an F grade for me. I've only handed out 3 F grades in the first 21 picks, and the New York Rangers have 2 of them. That is how drafty award for worst draft, and I think they're going to run away with it. So, and Kyler Yamamoto to the Edmonton Oilers. Wow. Kyler Yamamoto is a guy who had 99 points. And despite being 5'8", 159 pounds, the talent is there. This guy is going to be the Connor Sheary to Connor McDavid's Sidney Crosby. And this is an excellent selection here. I mean, Johnny Gaudreau is a 4th-round prospect, but he was an excellent winger. He fell due to a lack of size. And you're getting the exact same thing here with Kyler Yamamoto. He's actually smaller than we had him listed. He was actually 5'7", 146. I thought he was 5'8", 158, 159. He's 5'7", 146. So he's smaller than we projected him at in terms of height. But he has cat-like quickness. He is fly as a mother, like I said in my mock draft. And it's an excellent selection for Edmonton. So another A-plus grade by the Oilers here, with Kyler Yamamoto going off the board with the Edmonton Oilers. And I love this pick because you put this guy with Connor McDavid, he will absolutely take off because people will just focus on McDavid. They won't focus on him, and he will be an absolute superstar in Edmonton. He's going to help Connor McDavid get his first Stanley Cup. Mark my words, Kyler Yamamoto will win a Stanley Cup with Connor McDavid, and he will be what Connor Sheary was to the Penguins this year to what McDavid is going to have on the Oilers over the next few years. So I really love this pick for Edmonton. So excellent selection there by Edmonton getting Kyler Yamamoto at 22. I had a top 10 grade on him, but I was afraid he was going to fall in the draft due to a lack of size. So I'm really impressed that the Edmonton Oilers look past that at 22. They are a team that usually drafts for size. I didn't think they would take an undersized player here. I'm glad I was wrong. And you look at Crosby. He was 5'11", but he was an exceptional talent. And I like that. I love that Edmonton looked past the size here and just went with the top player on the board in terms of overall talent. And now Kyler Yamamoto, once this kid arrives in the NHL, Edmonton's going to win a Stanley Cup. They might even win one before he arrives if they can get something done in the next 2 years. But give it a weapon like this, this could end up being an excellent pick down the road. I love this pick for Edmonton. And it's not just the fact that I love the pick. I love the fit too. So Kyler Yamamoto to Edmonton. So I'm editing the Kyler Yamamoto pick as we speak here. And we're still on TalkShoe. So, I mean, you look at Edmonton, though, this is a perfect scheme fit for Kyler Yamamoto. Not only does he go to a team with good center depth, he goes to a team with young depth, a team that's going to utilize him correctly, a team that's going to coach him correctly. In Edmonton, this is an excellent pick for the Oilers here. No question. Once this guy arrives in the NHL, they are going to win a Stanley Cup. Because this is a guy who had 99 points despite his size. And teams are looking past that. Teams need to look past that because if he had gone to a team like with really bad center play, may not have been the best fit, but you put this guy in Edmonton with McDavid, who is arguably the best center in the NHL after Sidney Crosby, it is an excellent fit. It is an excellent scheme fit, and it is a pick that just works. So John Chaika, GM of the Arizona Coyotes, he traded out of the number 7 pick. He'll get somebody at 23. Wow. We had a second-round grade on him, but there were people saying he could sneak into the first round. So while I'm not the biggest fan of this pick, I'm not going to hate it. It's a solid B grade for me. Maybe a C grade based on the fact that it's not really the best pick, but it is a great pick. So, I mean, you're looking at a lot of picks here in this second round where you see some value, you see some reaches, but number 23 here, the Arizona Coyotes, this is an excellent pick. And it's a solid pick. It's not an excellent pick. I shouldn't say that. But Arizona, Pierre-Olivier Joseph, some teams had first-round grades on him. Some had second. So with the most of the good defensemen off the board, I'm here give it an F grade because I went on Sportscast Radio and they talked about how they like Pierre-Olivier Joseph. And there's a lot of upside with him. He's raw, but there's a lot of upside with him down the road. Some people believe he can be a line 1 defender. Damn it. round picks, Ryan. So that's how bad they've drafted. They're making the Chicago Bears look like Chuck Norris right now. Yep. Yeah, invest. Yeah, I mean, I'm just really surprised by some of the selections here in this entry draft. I mean, number 5, Elias Peterson went to Vancouver at 5. I gave that a C grade because, or a D grade because I did have because scouts had a consensus top 10 grade on him, but to take him at 5, just really blows my mind. And I'm just really shocked by the value that some of these teams are getting with their draft picks. It really amazes me. Yeah, I mean, you really do. I mean, there's so many good value picks, and you've seen teams reach for second-round players. And the Rangers getting like a 5th to 6th round player in round 1. They reach at 7. I mean, the Rangers, the Sharks got Joshua Norris at 19. I gave that an F grade because there were still some good centers on the board. But at the same time, I can understand why they took that player because he's developing. They see upside. They see something they like. And we'll see. Montreal is about to announce their pick. Gary Bettman is pointing out good luck. I think he wants to curse them because they were the first Canadian team to win a Stanley Cup in his first year as commissioner. And the Montreal Canadiens about to make their pick here. And they select with the 23rd selection, 25th selection. They haven't really announced the pick yet. But a lot of good picks by some of these teams so far. And Montreal waiting to announce the pick in unreal fashion here. Pierre-Olivier Joseph was a good defenseman, but Gabe Vilardi falling to 11 was a huge steal, I think, in terms of value. And while my phone is at 10%, I can try to plug it in and charge it. Ryan Poehling, I actually had Ryan Poehling going to the Blues at 27, or I don't know where I had Poehling, but I had Poehling in my mock draft. I think I actually had him. I may have had him on this exact pick. I'm not 100% sure. But Poehling is a guy from St. Cloud State, the top college skater in the draft. And no question is this a good selection at this point in the first round. So, I mean, are you the Rangers? I have to redo the Rangers pick. I thought I saved the code. I didn't. That sucks. Yep, I thought I saved that, but now I thought I was only 2 picks behind. Hold on. Maybe I only posted the grade. I'm double checking. Yep, I only posted the grade. I didn't post the pick on the ticker on the top. So that's why I'm a few picks behind on that note. So I didn't really lose any data, but Ryan Poehling, Tracy Chicago Blackhawks are on the board. They could get a player like Eli Tolvanen. They got Brandon Saad back in a trade today. So what do you think of the Blackhawks so far? And no trades in the top 25. I mean, Elias Peterson out of Timrå IK, that's not even Sweden's best league in all of Svenskan. So I'm just surprised that Vancouver took him at 5. The Rangers with their 2 first-round picks from Sweden overseas internationally. Those guys look like F-grade type players. Kalanfoot to Tampa Bay. But most of these teams have drafted really well. I'm actually surprised by how well some of these teams have drafted. Okay, there might be a trade involving the Blackhawks here. This is what Bettman's been working this entire time. Let's wait until the Blackhawks are on the board to announce the first trade in the draft. The NHL draft is in Chicago, and we're gonna have the Blackhawks trade the first pick away. That's a really great way to piss off your fans even more, Gary Bettman. If assuming that happens, because there's talk that Chicago may trade this pick at 26. This may be the first trade in the draft. It's like there was no trades in the NHL draft yet, and the draft is actually in Chicago. They had some of the players like Nolan Patrick and Nico Hischier wear Cubs jerseys before the draft. So okay, so somebody else is up. Dallas Stars, my team, have just made a trade with the Blackhawks at 26. And I am happy. Are we going to get Eli Tolvanen in here? What are we going to get here? We traded 29 and 70, so we keep our 3rd round pick, we give up 29, and we move up 3 spots in the draft. What do you think of this? Dallas giving up 29 and 70, we keep our 2nd rounder, and we move up to 26 with the Blackhawks here. Yep. I mean, there's a lot of good talent on the board here. I'm just not sure what route Dallas is going to take here at 26. Jim Nill, the general manager, making a trade into the late part of the first round. I feel like they're going to go Eli Tolvanen, and then they're going to get a defender like Max Gilton, from Plano, Texas, from their home turf, their backyard. I'm just not sure what Dallas is going to do at 26. I'm compelled. I'm intrigued. I'm just not sure what they're going to do at 26 here. And the pick is in. And I do have my phone in a charger because it's low on battery. And I'm just hoping I can get through the first round. I'm not going to worry about the code and getting the picks up right now. I'm just going to enjoy this later part of the first round, the final 5 picks with Brian here, because I know I can get that up. I got the top 15 up pretty quickly, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm just going to have some fun here while my phone charges and hope I can finish the first round on Talk Shoe. But what do you think of Nill getting Heiskanen and Colorado's pick at Cale Makar? I feel like it's a reach, but at the same time, Cale Makar is a guy who there are rumors about him taking him at 1. He's not going to come up to Colorado this year. He's going to go to UMass in the fall to play college hockey. So they're going to have to wait another year for him. But they did take Tyson Yost at number 10, and he's going to finally make his debut next year with Colorado. So Colorado's one of these teams that will be contending once they get Makar and they fire their coach who only won 23 games with them last year. But they'll be a team on the rise in the future. Because Nate McKinnon was a guy that got compared to Crosby, and he hasn't lived up to the hype because he hasn't had the right coach. He had Patrick Waugh's first year, and he had another bad coach right now. And number 26, wow, Dallas took a goalie at 26. Jake Ottinger, the goalie from Boston University Terriers. They took him at 26 to grew behind Ben Bishop. They got Ben Bishop, a 29, 30-year-old goaltender who's very talented. But at the same time, this is a guy who has very good technique and potential awareness. His NHL comp is Martin Jones, 6'4", 218, takes up the net, learns how to settle, excellent hockey sense. I had this guy going to Colorado at 32, so I'm not sure if I like the pick or hate the pick, but this is the top goalie in the draft. I'm going to give it an A grade, though, because goalies take longer to develop, and if Ben Bishop struggles, you have a future goalie in place. So, and you don't have to bring him up right away. The last time we took a goalie in the first round was 2010. We took Jack Campbell, and it was a disaster. We took Jack Campbell in the top 10, and it was an absolute disaster. We took him at 11, but he was a projected top 10 pick. So the last time Dallas took a goalie in the first round, it was an absolute disaster. But we're getting the top goalie in the draft. He's going to go to college, probably develop a little bit more. He can come up on the Texas Stars when he graduates, and then he can go work his way into the NHL. And he can give you a long-term goalie down the road because he's only 18 right now, and he's just finished his freshman year at Boston University. So he's got 3 years left there. Then when he's 21, he can go to Texas, and by that point, Ben Bishop will be either 32 or 33 years old. And after a year or two in Texas, Ben Bishop will be 35, and this guy will be 23. So at that point, would you rather have a 35-year-old goalie or a 23-year-old goalie 5 years down the road? That's a trick question because the goalie at 35, if he's a veteran, he could play well, but he could also decline. And Dallas is a perfect situation because they have Ben Bishop, a goalie that went to the conference finals, the Stanley Cup. They have Kari Lehtinen. They have a good goaltending situation short term, but they don't really have anything there long term. And I think this is an awesome pick getting the top goalie in the draft, you can develop him correctly and you won't rush him. So, and the Philadelphia Flyers have just moved into the first round at 27. They've just made a trade with Brad Noble's Blues here. And Philadelphia gave up Braden Shen, their left winger / center, who's a pretty good player. I'm sure Brad will be happy with Braden Shen on the Blues. And in exchange, they get 27, Jory Lethra, and a 2018 conditional draft pick at next year's draft. Thoughts on this trade? We've had no trades in the top 25, and now we're seeing a lot of trading in this late part of the first round, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Dallas pick. I'm not sure what grade I'd give it. The fan in me wants to give it an A+ grade, but the critic in me probably would give it a B or a C grade based on Jake Ottinger, because he did help Boston University win the Beanpot, and he's a very good goaltender, very sound. So, and he's 6'4", 218. He's probably bigger than Ben Bishop. I mean, Marc-Andre Fleury was drafted in the first round, but at number 1 overall. Goalies go in the first round. This is a good goalie tape-wise, but is probably the best goalie in the entire draft. It's like, I actually like what Dallas has done, and I'm optimistic about the future. I'll probably give it an A- because A+ is too biased towards Dallas, and B is the worst grade I could give it. So I'd probably give the Dallas grade an A-, but Philadelphia trading up. And what do you think they're going to do? They already got Nolan Patrick. If you get a guy like Nolan Patrick, Eli Tolvanen, you're really setting him up for success, Ryan, when you think about it. Yeah, and Klim Klost and Eli Tolvanen are both late first-round guys, so it's actually pretty surprising that those guys are on the board here. So, I mean, I'm curious to see what Nolan. Philadelphia's got 2 good centers in Couturier and Claude Giroux, and now you get Nolan Patrick. You bring him into the fold. So, Philadelphia, I'm really interested to see. They just traded Braden Shen. Wayne Simmons hasn't lived up to expectations. I feel like they're going to take a left winger, and because that's the one position they needed in last year's draft. They didn't really go after that specific position, but I actually really do think this could be a good pick here. The Flyers just selected who they selected. I've seen the face here, but they're not saying below on the page who they took. They're showing the guy shaking the hands, but they're not saying who they took. In the Flyers selection, Eli Tolvanen. Or did they take Morgan Frost? Oh, they took Morgan Frost, the 3rd-round center here. What do you think of that? I mean, he's a 3rd-round center. He's talented. He has okay tape, but every time Morgan Frost goes to the penalty box and for a cross-check on Sidney Crosby, we're going to call him Mr. Freeze. That's a great nickname for Morgan Frost, Mr. Freeze. He taps a guy, he cross-checks a guy, goes to the penalty box, freezes them. Mr. Freeze, that's a great nickname for Morgan Frost. And he goes to the Flyers now, so I'm going to give this probably a D grade. I'm not going to give it an F grade because I think Morgan Frost has some potential, but he's very raw. And at the same time, there are a lot of players. Somebody like Tolvanen would have complimented you well. And Philadelphia, it's the 2nd year in a row they've passed on a quality left winger here. So, I mean, I'm not sure what to think here at this point. But this is a guy who could complement Nolan Patrick down the road if you trade Claude Giroux at some point. So I'm not sure what to think of the pick. But there is a 50-50 probability the Penguins get Klim Kostner, Eli Tolvanen at 31 now. And Ottawa's on the clock here. I feel like they're going to take one of the wingers at 29. Chicago could still get one of those guys at 32. And they got number 70. So they already have 2 second-round picks. I think they have 2 third-round picks as well. So 2 or 3 third-round picks. So you add another third-round pick. Chicago could be a team that tries to package a pick, especially if somebody really good moves up to number 33, 32 tomorrow, where Colorado is picking. Because I know the Red Wings have 3 or 4 third-round picks, and the Blackhawks will have that too. So maybe the Red Wings and Blackhawks have a bidding war over Colorado's pick, and Alan Weppel gets a deal that's too good to turn down. Because we've seen it in previous years. We've seen a team move out of the number 31 or 32 spot at the beginning of the NHL draft on day 2. And on day 2 tomorrow, the picks are much faster. So, I mean, it could happen. Colorado could get a big offer, a lot of third-round picks, and really stack up on some future players. I almost feel like we're going to see some teams move up a lot tomorrow at the beginning of the draft, because you've got teams like Carolina who have multiple picks. You've got a lot of teams that have at least 10 picks. Vegas has 2 second-round picks. Vegas has 3 second-round picks. So you're going to have Vegas, you're going to have Detroit, you're going to have a lot of teams. If there's a guy who's a first-rounder on their board, you're going to see a lot of trading early tomorrow, Ryan. Don't you think, with all the early second and third round picks that Detroit, Chicago, and Vegas have, with each of those teams having 4 to 5 picks in the second or third round, and Carolina wanting to not use all their picks, I feel like we're going to see a lot of trading tomorrow early in the draft. Because Vegas took 2 centers, they took a defenseman at 15. They haven't taken a winger yet. They got James Neal in the expansion deal at that right wing position, and there's still a lot of good wingers on the board here. I'm actually kind of surprised. Isaac Ratcliffe is still on the board. Connor Timmins, I had a second-round grade on him, but Bob McKenzie has him at 28. He is still there. Jason Robertson, still there. There's a lot of good wingers on the board. I think we're probably going to see a run on wingers to end this round. As soon as one winger gets picked, I think we are going to see it, because Jonah Gadjovic, who I had Ottawa taking at 29, he's still on the board. He's a winger with Nick Suzuki on Owen Sound Attack. So, and Shane Bowers, who I actually mocked to Tracy's Chicago Blackhawks. Ottawa foils my plan to have Shane Bowers going to the Blackhawks. But I like this pick. But I would not have taken him ahead of Eli Tolvanen, because entering the year, Eli was my number 1 USHL prospect. And right now, Bowers has been picked. Middlestad's been picked. But Ottawa definitely needs a center. The strength with Bowers on tape is work ethic. This is a guy that played hockey with Sidney Crosby as a 15-year-old kid before going to the Waterloo Blackhawks in the USHL. I mean, this is a guy who played ice hockey with Crosby as a kid. That's the kind of work ethic you're getting here. So Ottawa needs a guy like this who actually played against Crosby when he was younger, actually knows his moves, knows what to expect on the ice. So this is a good pick for Ottawa here. Because they need another center for depth. And this is a guy who played with Crosby as a kid, so he's familiar with him. And he's a guy you can develop and eventually bring up. You got Logan Brown in the first round last year, a 6'6", 220-pound center. So you got him in the first round. Now you have Bowers to your system as well. And he's going to go to Boston University for a year, then probably sign with Ottawa. But I really like this pick, Shane Bowers to Ottawa here.
I think Ottawa's building their center depth, and I think in 2 to 3 years, if they can, they'll have a window of opportunity. If they can keep their defense intact and keep developing these centers, I think there's going to be a window of opportunity for Ottawa to win a championship within the next year or two. Yeah, and they had 2 guys in the Memorial Cup that may come up next year. And the Chicago Blackhawks are on the clock. Are the Blackhawks going to trade out of 29 again? I mean, at this point, Tracy and every other Blackhawks fan is going to want to throw rocks at Gary Bettman and just stone him until he leaves the podium. Yeah, it's like if they trade out of the first round and they trade out again, it's just going to look really bad on their part. Wow. Somebody brought a Russia flag and put the Blackhawks logo on it to the NHL Draft. I don't know if that's legal, but they did it. They brought a Russian flag with the Blackhawks logo on it. I think that guy might work for Putin, or he may have been one of those Russian hackers that helped Trump win the election. What am I missing here? So Chicago at 29. I mean, this is a good pick by Chicago. And the Blackhawks are on the clock here. The pick is in. What do you think they're going to do, Ryan? I definitely think center could be a possibility as well. I mean, a lot of the first-round centers are on the board. And if Chicago traded another pick, I don't think they're going to trade out of the first round completely. They got a deal that was too good to pass up as far as trading picks goes. Same with the Blues. But Chicago, this is interesting because I feel like all of the defensemen are gone. And the hometown Blackhawks get to make their pick, followed by Nashville, the team that swept Chicago in the opening round, and then followed by Pittsburgh. I'm curious, are the Blackhawks fans going to boo the Penguins or the Predators louder at pick number 30 and 31? Because you trade down from 26 to 29, and now you've got Nashville, the team that eliminated you, and Pittsburgh, the team that's being compared to you as a dynasty. And Chicago won 3 Stanley Cups before Crosby got his second cup, and now Chicago and Pittsburgh, both of their captains have lifted the Stanley Cup 3 times. So we could see it, and people have wanted to see a Chicago-Pittsburgh Cup for years. It's never happened. So that might finally happen next year. Yeah, I mean, we'll have Mark, Suba, and Tracy going at it on a daily basis, which could be fun and compelling. Probably. The Chicago Blackhawks, their pick is in, and they're waiting to announce the selection. I love how these GMs, they bring their scouts up to announce the picks. Some of them make speeches too, like they'll make a speech about a certain pick, and it's interesting because, oh great, there's a kid that looks like the Home Alone kid in a Blackhawks jersey. Number 29, Chicago selects. So they're showing all the fans before they announce the pick. And now they're waiting to announce the current pick. But now they're bringing someone else up who's going to announce the pick. Their owner or GM just wanted to thank people. Oh, Jonathan Taves is going to announce the pick. That's cool. The 3-time captain, winner of the Stanley Cup, he's going to announce the pick. That's actually pretty cool if they go through with that. But I guess the Blackhawks captain wanted to shake hands. Patrick Kane also coming up. And Chicago getting Jonathan Taves at 3 overall. Imagine if the Penguins took Taves over Jordan Staal. Imagine how good they would be. They'd probably have multiple Stanley Cups, not just 3. They'd probably have like 4 or 5. But yeah. Chicago bringing their 2 first-round picks that led them to 3 Stanley Cups up. And it's a good duo, Taves and Kane. They're a good duo for Chicago. I guess Chicago was like, you know what, we'll let them announce the pick. They're our best players, our biggest investment. Henry Jokic-Karu, who I mocked to Dallas at 29 at one point, that is who Chicago takes. They go defense. A little surprised here, but I don't hate the pick. It's a solid B grade for me. Maybe a B+ or an A-. Because I did have this guy at 29 at one point. So, and we were impressed with Jokic-Karu's tape. So, I really do like this pick for Chicago. It's a decent pick. Yeah, I'll give it a B+ grade because I'm thinking A-, B+ or B. B+ is the median here. And when I'm debating the different grades to give a player, I usually go by the median. And right now, the Finnish defenseman record for the NHL draft defenders from Finland is 6 prior to 2017. And so far, 5 have been drafted